Store.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down 10. Elliott to Prescott's left. Bucks showing a four-man front. Prescott is changing the play. Don't blitz, four-man rush. Prescott with time, rolls right, throws it out, intercepted. Picked off down the left side. It's Antoine Winfield, and he will be taken out of bounds finally at around the 19-yard line.
Good morning, Metroplex.
Is it?
No, it's not. You're right. I do usually try to take that literal when people are like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like, "Eh," and it usually goes right over their heads.
Yeah.
So good morning. No, it's awful. You almost wish that this was January or February. When you cook a brisket, Choppy, you're putting in 12 to 15 hours of work, depending on how low or how hot you cook it. And it's so devastating when after that 12 to 16 hours of work, you get a dry piece of oversalted shoe leather that comes out. All that work, all that waiting, all that anticipation. And what last night is the football version of that. 6 months of seasoning and smoking and waiting and wrapping, and you open it up, and now all that work looks like it's wasted and gone right down the drain.
It's definitely gone.
In the first bite, in the first slice, you know that it's done and it's over with, as Dak Prescott is out for a long time.
Yep. Speculation of 6 to 8 weeks. And that would bring us to damn near the bye week, man. Not quite, but close. A long time. It's a long time.
And did it happen on the first Shaq Barrett hit or the second one? It's almost hard to believe that same thing happened twice. Identical hand-to-helmet, hand-to-player collisions in order to break that area right above his thumb. Didn't happen once.
No, it happened twice.
It happened twice.
What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the odds it happens twice? Probably the same odds that, you don't make it to the conference championship game in 30 years. Probably about the same. Considering the playoffs every other year. What are the odds?
When you look at the entire league yesterday, you could just take the game, but obviously you have to combine the game plus the injury. I mean, I wrote down 6 teams that had horrific week ones. Are the Cowboys easily the leader in the clubhouse? I guess if you just took the game and you could separate it. Green Bay, disastrous as Aaron Rodgers was slaughtered. The New England Patriots were awful going up against Miami. The Jets were the Jets. No expectation.
None.
Arizona got their ass kicked by the Kansas City Chiefs. But you got the Lions, who had a much better week one than you. You got the Armpit, who had a much better week one than you. I mean, if you just take the game, you could talk about maybe Arizona, the Jets, the Patriots, but you combine Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys easily with the worst open to the start of their season, not even close.
Yeah, it was pretty awful. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. Can't slice it any other way. This was as bad as it gets. And it was bad before the injury.
Awful.
I mean.
Awful.
Before,
the injury may bail them out a little bit in overshadowing the actual game.
It'll bail Mike McCarthy out. He'll get another year. Can't fire him now. There's no way to really kind of make this. You can't make chicken salad out of this. And I don't even like chicken salad. I think chicken salad sucks.
Oh no, I like mayonnaise, mayo.
Do people actually like mayo, or they like it just a little bit thrown on there? Nobody really likes. I don't know. It's just too much. But you can't sugarcoat this at all. This was the whole day, the whole game was atrocious.
It felt like the final or any now of the preseason games. That's how awful. That's how brutal that game was from an entertainment standpoint.
Yeah.
With the offense obviously being the number one culprit.
And I don't want to watch Cooper Rush. Give me anybody. Give me Will Greer. Give me. Find somebody off the scrap heap.
The Nooch.
Go get Cam Newton for all I care. I don't want to see Cooper Rush. I've seen that story.
Well, it resulted in a win last year. Got to win against the Vikings.
It did.
He looked better than Dak last night. Get ready to start it. Dak Prescott, did you know right away it was something major after getting your hand hit?
The play that happened, no, not necessarily. In the game, just in the midst of it. Thought I jammed it. I mean, I've hit my hand on helmets or bodies a lot in my career, and never really had anything, maybe a jammed finger here, and I actually thought that's what it was. Just the next play, realized I couldn't grip the ball, let the sideline know. And then when I got off, I told the trainers the same thing. I was just like, I can't grip. I feel like if you yank it, I'll be okay. And no, came in, got x-rays, and things are different.
Did you know right away? Were you thinking when they're looking at the hand, again, my future, service I'm going to open up is professional lip readers.
Yeah.
As Tolos were hitting me up on Twitter. I think one of the guys is saying broken, and I'm sitting there replaying on the remote. Back 30 seconds, back 30 seconds, back 30 seconds. Did Dak say broken? Did the doctor with the cowboy hat say broken? And I didn't really get it initially. And then Dak runs to the locker room, and then the NBC cameras stay with Mike McCarthy afterwards, and he's talking to the trainers, and he gives that look like, you got to be effing kidding me. And that's when you knew for sure.
It was the Romo smile. It was the Romo interception smile he gave. Like, no, this isn't true. No, you're lying to me. Come on, man. Come on.
What were you thinking when they were examining the hand, looking at it?
I mean,
you thinking jam?
Yeah, I figured it was like.
Or were you thinking broken?
No, I figured like he hit the thumb. You knew it was a thumb. You figured just hit on the helmet and it got jammed in there, and somebody had to pop it out because the way he was holding his hand, it was a little weird. I was like, all right, let's just pop this thing out. Let's go. But then as soon as, he goes to the locker room, which, by the way, I didn't realize they could tell you needed surgery in 11 minutes. That was quick.
Well, maybe when they press the hand and he goes, ah!
Yeah.
Or they say, hold the football.
Hold the football.
And he can't.
Yeah.
Maybe they knew. But apparently it was a clean break.
It was very clean.
So that's good.
It was one of the cleanest breaks that everybody's ever seen.
Cleanest.
It was one of the cleanest breaks of all time.
The absolute cleanest. Mike McCarthy, when asked for the Dak hand update.
It's on his hand, in the thumb area. I mean, it's a significant injury. Once we get all the facts, we'll get that to you. I mean, like you said, he hasn't even seen a doctor yet.
And you're right. Future topic. I think you could be right. Maybe this buys McCarthy his year. Maybe this saves Mike McCarthy, as Sean Payton and Amari Cooper were both trending last night on social media, and the downpour just came in Arlington at AT&T, 19-3, as you lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Truckwreck.com text line is open, y'all. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053, as the estimates right now have Dak out for 6 to 8 weeks. Jerry Jones was the first one that was asked about it right after the embarrassment.
Tremendously disappointing way for us to start the year. Everybody is disappointed about that. I'm particularly disappointed for our fans. Dak will be out for a little while, and so we'll be dealing with that as well. So this was a really tough night for the Cowboys, but and a really surprising night. But of course, really add to it right there at the end to lose him for several weeks. We'll see more about how many weeks that may be.
And now the question will arise this morning. We'll ask Bobby Belt at 7:20. We'll ask Brad Sham. We'll ask Nick Eatman. We're going to be taking calls. They may be laughing and spying on us this morning in Filthy. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Do you go quarterback shopping? Do you just take this just like you were going to get Tyler Smith his reps? You view it as, hey, the Tyron Smith Band-Aid has been ripped off. We just go from here. Mike Bassick's tweet was in my mind while trying to go to sleep. In 3 weeks, will the Cowboys be the lead story in the NFL?
Oh, no.
No matter how bad they have been, they will still lead the national shows. It'll be interesting if NFL Network and Skip and Stephen A. and their producers stop leading with the Cowboys. This is what Jerry cares about. And if you believe that to be true, and many do, then he does not stay with Cooper Rush or any of these scrubs. Remember that Cooper Rush was available He was cut.
No, he was cut. Nobody picked him up.
He had to pass through waivers in order to be brought back. Does Basic's tweet or the Dak Tyron return at some point during the year cause the Cowboys to go shopping for Jimmy G or somebody else? That will be one of the questions of the day and the week.
Yeah, I doubt. Look, after what San Francisco had happen to them yesterday, I don't think they're going to get rid of Jimmy G anytime soon.
True that.
I wonder what's going to happen here. Like, what do they do? I'm genuinely like, okay, they can go a couple of avenues. One of them is just, hey, let's just suck. Let's see where we go. Maybe it goes back in 6 weeks and we're 2-4. All right, maybe we're 2-4 after 6 weeks.
All right, let's go to the schedule.
Loss.
Let's go to the schedule. We'll go around the rest of the NFL, college football craziness. We got to talk about the actual game with star up, star down. And do you want the Cowboys to go shopping for that Dak Prescott replacement? As we wake up this morning, last place already in the NFC East. It is a Cowboy Monday. The nightmare that could not have been worse. I guess 50-3 could have been worse, and you lose your quarterback. The worst week one in the entire NFL already with this football season we've all been waiting for. Just getting started with it on the Fan.
Coming up in the next. And it is intercepted. Running with the football is Blackberry, and Blackberry's in for the touchdown. Pick six. James Blackberry. Bradbury.
Cowboys just have to ruin everything. Like 63 degrees this morning. Finally feels like fall. Felt like you got the weather breakthrough. The 240 to 340 window in the National Football League yesterday was absolutely incredible. That's why the sport is number one. They've lapped everyone else, 10 different times. But unfortunately, you got the NFC East undefeated this morning. That's the only thing. Those are the only things that went wrong. Now, the Lions, really, I never thought were a true threat to win that game. You had the Commanders opening at home against Jacksonville. Washington definitely could have lost that. And then the Giants were down against the Titans. But all three teams in the division, RJ, end up pulling it out. Let's start with Filthy on the road against your Detroit Lions, who at least made it fun, 38-35. Eagles get the W.
Another one-possession loss for Detroit. Last year, they had, I think, 8 or 9 of them. 8 or 9 one-score losses. And they started off with this one. And, great, cool. I know, they're going to be fun. They'll be fun, but they'll probably lose a lot of these games.
This one a little bit misleading as a one-score. It was 38-21 heading into the fourth quarter.
Yep. And, just like last year, their opener, they were getting destroyed by San Fran. They make it an 8-point game at the very end. They had the ball, and they had the ball like in the red zone, and they just couldn't get it in at the end. They ran out of time. But like this one here, I mentioned they gave up 24 points in the second quarter. For all the talk that the defense had been improved, like that defense was bad last year, and it really ain't any good now. I'm stunned they scored 35 points. DeAndre
Swift, fantasy purposes, 15 for 144, 9.6 a carry. Jalen Hurts threw for 243, did not throw for a touchdown, and ran for another 90 and scored on the ground. And the new Eagle, A.J. Brown, already paying off 10 for 155 with a long of 54 yards. So those were some of the highlights. Amon St. Brown, who was going high in fantasy, had 8 for 64. And that was an opening look at the Eagles, who start 1-0. A little bit of hope after the game is you're like, oh, Detroit kept it close? Really? Sorry, Detroit kept it close, but 1-0 for Filthy.
Yep. And look, if Hurts and A.J. Brown already have this kind of a rapport, well, that's going to be bad for us and the rest of the league this year. I mean, this is not going to be, Hurts is, we don't know what he is yet officially. Like there's not a hardcore take on Jalen Hurts. I mean, he can move. He's a safe player. He's a smart player. I don't know that I love what kind of a thrower he is yet, but man, like he's not going to hurt you.
The one that stung the most, though, I definitely thought the New York Giants were on their way to 0-1, and they saw the resurgence of their franchise running back finally.
Jones in a shotgun set. 3 receivers right. Jones takes the snap, rolls right, shovel pass for Barkley. Barkley in for the 2-point conversion. A little shovel pass to Saquon, and then he did the rest, taking on defenders, and the Giants have the lead 21-20 with 1:06 to go.
That's playing to win there, Bob.
What a great play by Saquon Barkley as the New York Giants get a 47-yard miss from Bullock in order to win it. Tannehill makes a gorgeous, beautiful throw, 47 yards, misses it, and the Giants get their first season-opening win in 6 years. Saquon Barkley, many of us have been burned many a time in fantasy, 18 for 164 and a touchdown. He had 6 catches as well. He averaged 9.1 a touch, and Saquon with his first 50-plus yard run since 2019 as he broke one for 68.
That's an amazing stat. First 50 in 2019 because he's been hurt. But
they're calling him, the New York papers this morning, Dayballs. Brian Dayballs, because they tie it and Dayball goes for 2 with Saquon making that. I mean, that was a Herculean play by Barkley right there. He caught it in traffic, nowhere to go, and that was just a special individual effort. Gave them the lead and the win with a minute left. 150-plus yards rushing, RJ, for Saquon for the first time since Week 16 of 2019.
I love the going for two. You go win the game.
You listening, Lovey? Not going for two, but going for it?
Yeah.
In that situation, game one, with a sorry team, nothing to lose. You listening, Lovey Smith?
Now, the one issue with going for two there is you increase the urgency for the other team. So, like if there's no time left, go for two all the time. If there's a minute left, if you go for two, what you guarantee is the other team is going to, A, be in 4-down territory, B, throw the ball more, and, have more urgency within their offense. If you just tie it, they might just be content with going to overtime, and then you get yourself another chance. Because once you don't have the ball, you're kind of at their mercy. But I love the balls.
But you knew first year coach, first game,
go for it.
Set the tone.
You'll never
It's
have
a
more
no-brainer.
He'll never have more job security than he will game one. It's just the way it is, especially when they were in a position like that. Even if they lost, they're in a position like that to win. The fans, the team, they're gonna like it. They're gonna like where you are.
All right, we're gonna get to Cowboys star up, star down of the actual game. We'll see what the Tolos are saying about going to get another quarterback or just start team tank right now after Dak broke his hand. That's coming up at 6 o'clock. But final game in the NFC East, and this one didn't end right either.
Jacksonville brings 6. He throws a fade towards Dotson, who fights for it and makes a catch! Unbelievable catch by Dotson! Touchdown, Washington!
What a day. What a play that was. Carson Wentz to Jahan Dotson, the rookie from Penn State, with 2 touchdown catches. And Carson Wentz, I thought he had given this one away. 2 straight interceptions, resulting in a 10-0 run for Jacksonville. They take the lead, and then Jahan Dotson with a perfect, indefensible play with Carson Wentz throwing it. Wentz ends up with 4 touchdowns and 313 yards. Jacksonville had their chance, but the Commanders win at home.
Yeah, they look, when you're down 22-14 in the fourth quarter, that's a game that if you don't have the better quarterback, you're probably expecting to lose. Carson Wentz proved to be the better quarterback in this day. At least in the fourth quarter, he was. At least in the second half, he was. He played very, very well down the stretch. And you don't see the Commanders come back the last few. You don't see them win a game like this. This is a game they lose. This is a game Jacksonville always loses. This game was so on brand for Jacksonville. Put yourself in a position of, maybe they can do something. Nope, not a chance.
All right, back to the inevitable. The start of the Cowboys season. We already covered the Dak injury to start off. What about the game? What about that freaking performance? Star up, star down, 877-881-1053 to give it to us. 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line. It's star up, star down, brought to you by Blue Chew. We need a little pick-me-up this morning after the way the Cowboys season started and maybe ended next.
We're taking over your smart. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Left to right at the Dallas 4.
Excuse me. You certainly like the big body of Micah and 14 touchdowns last year.
He split to the right, back to throw, looking middle, sacked again by Parsons again.
Well, Babe Laufenberg called it. What's up, y'all? No Good Morning Metroplex. Sean and RJ. Thank you to the 6 a.m. club. If you're able to already bear with us and stand a Monday morning after the 19-3 disastrous, maybe season-ending loss to the Cowboys year with Dak Prescott breaking his thumb in the fourth quarter of this one. Right now, they're saying 6 to 8 weeks. Jerry Jones is going to join us tomorrow at 8:30. We'll have Bobby Belt. We'll have Brad Sham. We'll have Nick Eatman join us. Let's talk about the actual game with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Blue Chew at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. And RJ, what would this one have been without Micah Parsons? My God.
He's like Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout. He's just sitting there, and he's going to play his game, and the team's not going to win. He can't impact the game enough to make it matter. He was fantastic, and they were getting worked.
He had the triple play on his first sack. He got the inside spin. It's 3rd and goal. Inside spin. The left tackle gets hurt. Suck up then misses from 36 after it becomes 4th and 15, and then you get the missed field goal. So the sack, the injury, the Cowboys could not take advantage. They lost Godwin and their left tackle in this game. Kind of reminded me of the Raider game when the Raiders lost a couple of big players on Thanksgiving last year. Cowboys did not take advantage whatsoever. So Suckup misses the kick. Micah gets Tom again when Tampa Bay is inside the 5-yard line. Big fat star up to Micah Parsons. He's just faster than everyone. You know, that drill, you know, the cone drill. You're trying to go around the cone and see how tight you can do it. I don't know how anyone else could be more impressive in that drill than Micah Parsons. With the speed he's able to go and the turn around that corner, big star up, just let that man rush non-stop. RJ Choppy, a lot of things wrong with the predictions with this one, but you've been right on this. Just line him up at defensive end and let him go. He overpowered Tristan Wirfs, big Tristan Wirfs on one of these plays. He's a freaking nightmare. And the only way this team is going to win now, you're going to have crazy plays on special teams. Turpin is going to have to be Deion Sanders, like Gavin Dawson said. And you're going to have to get digs and pick sixes and fumbles. And Micah Parsons is your number one game record to do it. Just line him up there and let him go.
That's it. Let him go. Let him eat. Let him become TJ Watt. Let him become Myles Garrett. Let him out there. He's all over the field. Like I don't care much that he can go side to side, cutting down a running back after a 7-yard gain.
Yeah,
I don't care about that. I care about him being able to disrupt the passing game.
Give me his number one highlight at linebacker throughout his career. Peyton, you can chime in as well. Give me the play. Is it a rundown of someone?
His number one play.
He went back in coverage last year. One game. I think it was it the first. No, it wasn't the first game of the season.
Well, he did go back in coverage. Tom confused him.
Yeah.
But
there was one he ran down some receiver, knocked away like a cornerback.
Yeah, I remember that. That was the play I was thinking of. That was a good play.
Maybe a blitz up the middle, but it was a blitz coming up the middle, rushing the passer.
Yeah.
The point is, you can't give me very many linebacker plays.
No, last night it was, for me, it was the third down in the red zone sack.
Yep, and they were inside the 5.
Yep, that was it. That was the play that I'll take. This came from him that I remember. The other one would be, him on the right side of the offensive line. Fournette runs left, and he chased him down, but he had chased him down after like an 8-yard gain. Like that. That's the problem with the linebackers. Like by the time he gets there, it's already basically a first down. So I'd much rather him going in the backfield. That's just my personal opinion. I didn't want him to go in the backfield. It's not like he can't be impactful elsewhere. I just think he's more impactful that way.
All right, let's just get to the star down. Elephant in the room. Well, it's not even an elephant. It's obvious. The Dallas Cowboys offense.
Oh, okay. I had a few other things.
Oh, go ahead. You do what you want.
Well, I mean, he could have been, CD as a 1.
He got crushed by the Tolos.
Yeah.
Drop. Thought the ball was a little bit behind him, but Collinsworth and he should have brought that in. It's Chris Collinsworth. I thought Jane Slater was doing color commentary on TV last night. Had a penalty, offensive penalty that wiped out a game. He had 1 catch on 6 targets for 16 yards at halftime as CeeDee Lamb was getting called out by the Tolos as not being capable as a number 1 receiver. What were your thoughts on him?
Not much. Not much. I mean, he didn't have himself a good game.
2 for 29 total.
Nope. He didn't have himself a very good game at all. Now, he was blanketed, and I can't really fault him for that. You know, when you got double and triple coverage on you every game, every play, basically, it's going to be really hard to kind of get anything going. There was no space for him. And when he did get open on the broken plays, Dak was behind him. And that's just, what are you going to do? Like, I'm not going to kill CeeDee for that, but, I mean, Devontae Adams gets open. He finds a way to get open. I don't know. But then again, he's not Devontae, so I can't really ask him to do that.
Yeah.
I can't ask him to be Tyreek Hill. He's not Tyreek Hill. So that was just one of them. How about Zeke usage? He was averaging 5 yards a clip, but then again, so they didn't use him enough.
Yeah.
But when they used him in inopportune times.
You know how many carries he got?
10.
10 carries. It felt like more. It felt like it should have been a little bit. He looked good. He looked decent.
Yeah, it should have been 9, though. What the hell are you doing down 16 in the fourth quarter, running on 1st and 10? You're down 2 scores. You got 11 minutes to go. Let's go. It's not time to sit there and run the ball first. Oh, yeah, I gotta ahead of the chains. Ahead of the chains. No, then it was 2nd and 8.
How about Tony Pollard?
Oh, yeah. How about that? That's another one I have. The Turpin Pollard. Oh, we were gonna have such great. We were gonna use Turpin and Pollard in the offensive game plan so much. I remember one run he had that was late.
You talking about Pollard?
Yeah.
Well, remember the creativity early on with him.
Yeah.
Those plays.
Yeah.
Causing Michael Irvin to tweet, "Stop with the circus ass. Just play damn football."
They got cute.
They got real cute.
They were trying to get cute early on.
6 for 8. 6 carries for 8 yards with Tony Pollard. I actually gave him a star up for Pollard usage with the creativity. They didn't work, but both heavy losses. But fans were killing Kellen Moore for being too gimmicky, a little bit too gimmicky with Pollard.
You know, look,
and then how about Collins? We're talking about Turpin. This is no longer the USFL, Cavante. He was getting stuck. He was getting hit and blown up last night.
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was. That's what happens when you're 5'6". Okay, like
size doesn't matter in the National Football League.
It's not supposed to matter anywhere, Sean. If you know how you're doing.
Blue chew, star up, star down.
Blue chew, star. I don't mind. I'm not going to sit here and be hypocritical. I mean, I am because I am a hypocrite. Okay, but in all fairness, I can't say I want more creativity and then complain when they get creative.
That was my point.
And I think it's a fair. I think it's a fair point to make. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy.
If it worked, it's oh my god. Yeah. We want Kellen Moore to be creative, and we want Pollard to get touches. But then it's why don't we just give him the ball? You know, like Goblin on the first play of their game. Why don't we just throw out a swing pass? Man, the hindsight is so 2020. It's ridiculous. I give him credit for trying to be creative and getting him the football.
Yeah, like let's be creative here. Now there's
you would have praised it if it worked.
Yeah, there's a very fine line between creativity and gimmicky, or creativity and man, you are just you're trying a little bit too hard there. You're trying too hard to act cool. There's a fine line. There's a very fine line. You got to know how to toe that line, and that's where a lot of people get in trouble. But I'm not going to kill them for going overboard with the creativity because we've been asking for that.
Yes,
we've been asking for it.
Anything else before we get to number 4?
Well, let's see. He was a down. Zeke usage is a down. Turpin Pollard disappears a down. Dak, let's go right to him.
Oh, one more thing. At least we didn't have a lot of 10 penalties. Yeah. Again, double digits. Terrence Steele picking up 3 in that one little span. It's 19-3 in the fourth. Terrence Steele, 3 on one drive, 4 total on him. Just as we were concentrating, star up Tyler Smith for me, like an umpire. Didn't call him out a lot. Didn't notice him a ton. The star up, Tyler Smith, surviving.
Yeah.
Star down, Terrence Steele, 10 total Cowboy penalties.
All right, I have one more. This is not a player. Mike McCarthy's razor.
Too close?
Man, as somebody with a round face,
Same.
Shaved is not a good look.
Yeah.
It's not a good look. Got to have beard.
A double chin line gets you.
Yep, you got to have a beard. And you can chisel the beard to make it look like, look, Marcus Freeman, the coach of Notre Dame, he didn't need a beard.
No.
Okay, he's got a chiseled jawline. But guess what? He makes the beard, the way he does it, it even looks more chiseled. Okay? McCarthy, put the razor away. Put it away. You don't want to be bald on your face.
We're going to take calls at 6:40 this morning, just so you know. Not just the text line, calls at 6:40. I moved Brad Sham later in the show because more calls at 8 o'clock. Those are all the star downs before we get to Dak Prescott in the passing game. What did you think of what you saw? Oh, yeah. And the report, star down to the Cowboys' truth. Because yesterday morning, Jay Glazer, and I think we know how he gets his information now because we saw it while we were all out socializing in Oxnard, had this report from the Dak Air Jordan story from last week.
Oh, they got us scared. They tried to just play it off, but they got scared there on Thursday because the start of practice, it felt like something popped down there in his foot. They took him off to X-ray him while he was gone. Oh, yeah, there was a lot of people in there holding their breath, but X-rays were negative. It seemed like he just popped some scar tissue. They brought him out yesterday. They ran him fully. He is fully good to go. They can exhale.
Thought and heard a pop. Thought and heard a pop. Thought it was just, tight Velcro.
Yeah.
Thought the shoelaces were too tight. So they lied about that. For all of you on the text line, and I'm going to rage against some Cowboy listeners today. For all of you on the text line calling us out last week, you have to eat it. You have to eat that. This is why we covered it like we did. Oh, you're exaggerating media. You got to blow silly headlines. It's good content. That's 0-1 for you.
Content.
That's 0-1 for you because of the way they lie over and over. And I get it. You lie. You want to go ahead and cover it up. Just don't get mad at us when we question it and get proven right that it's something more. You don't just leave practice because your Air Jordans aren't feeling right. And then I don't know what he was wearing last night. You see those things? Mm-hmm. Those gold, those, they look like he ran to the stadium in a bunch of mud and dirt. But he looked fine health-wise up until the end when he broke his thumb. But in terms of movement, you're fine, right? You're okay?
Didn't seem like anything was wrong.
Had one little scramble, that was fine. And now let's get to him throwing the football and this overall passing game.
I'd rather forget him throwing the football. He was downright awful. And I'm not going to blame Mike McCarthy or Kellen Moore or CeeDee Lamb for
receivers.
That. I'm going to blame Dak Prescott for that. He was bad.
14 of 29 for 134. He averaged 4.5 a throw, one pick. The QBR was a 15.3.
Oh, it was pretty bad, dude. Like, it was really bad.
It was really bad.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it's like, okay, let's just say he finished the game healthy. All right, week one. Nobody plays the preseason. The NFL has gone the way of you kind of throw the first 3 weeks of the stats away for the next 6 weeks. And now I have no positive outlook for the next 6 weeks.
Right.
Other than the fact that I don't have to watch that crap again from a $40 million quarterback.
First half, 6 of 16, 53 yards, the pick. Second lowest completion percentage of his career in a first half. Second lowest completion percentage. The passer rating was a 21.1. Could have been worse. He threw another ball into traffic that Tampa Bay could have picked off. Brady got sacked more than him. So he wasn't under siege the entire night. He had some pocket space. Tom Brady got sacked 6 times, and Dak got sacked 4 times. Not all on his offensive line there.
No, some of those were on him. I mean, he was slow to make his progressions. He didn't have the greatest decision making. I thought he was very, very conservative with his passes.
Did they attempt? What was the longest in the air downfield attempt from the offense? I'm wondering what that was. 877-881-1053.
I'll find it here. I'll go. I didn't see when I got here this morning Next Gen having their chart out there yet, but I'll check it out.
Here's Mike McCarthy on how Dak and the horrific offense were playing before the injury.
Well, I just think offensively, we were, our rhythm was up and down. I thought we came out, started the way we needed to start. We had some deceptives on the first drive that didn't hit, but, I thought we were in a good rhythm. We're productive. We just weren't able to sustain drives and put points on the board.
All right, so his longest pass play in the air traveled 26 yards. His second longest was 20, and third longest was 19. His longest completion looks like it was about 17 yards.
Collinsworth was calling out the lack of talent all night long.
When you could understand him.
When you could understand, right. The roster depth, he was just calling it out. And this is where Jerry and Stephen Jones, after 1 week, they look foolish. They look incompetent. They look clueless. And I kept saying during training camp, is it worrisome to anybody else that we keep talking about Noah Brown, who we have seen here as a blocking receiver / tight end? All we keep hearing is Noah Brown. All we keep hearing is Dennis Houston. All we keep hearing is Simi Fehoko. Is that worrying anybody else? We've seen all these guys do nothing so far. Now, you can emerge, and you can have very good breakout years, but what were the odds of that carrying over, when the number ones were on the field for the regular season? And last night you saw results of that. And it makes Jerry and Stephen Jones' plan look as ass backwards as the majority of Tolos felt like it was during the offseason. Like the majority of Tolos said it was after Nate Washington got hurt. The panic at the wide receiver spot. Doesn't help that Julio goes and has a productive game last night either. Julio Jones, 3 for 69, had the 48-yarder. Star up, star down, in a mess. An absolute mess. Thanks for waking up with us. If you had the intestinal fortitude to do so, your call's at 640. We never do that. It's not a good sign. 640, first Cowboy Monday of the year. Just unleash the Tolos on whatever you want to go off about. But we'll take a little quick break around the rest of the NFL. There was a 1-hour stretch at the end of the 12 o'clock games that proves why the National Football League is just the best there is. Around the rest of the NFL, then your Cowboy calls after this.
Let's get you over.
That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Good snap, down, kick is on its way. That kick is long enough, high enough, and it is good! The kick is good! The Steelers survive in Cincinnati. How it happened, it'll take you an hour to tell you. Gadzooks!
Gadzooks?
I haven't been to a Gadzooks in a while. Remember that store, Gadzooks?
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it was like a cross between a PacSun and a Spencer's Gifts or Journey.
You know it, Peyton?
I have no idea. That's the first time I've ever heard it.
Gadzooks.
That was Steelers Radio. We're going to go around the NFL here for 10 minutes, and then we're going to unleash your Cowboy calls on the truckwreck.com lines. Diamond Factory hotline, truckwreck.com text line as well. It's the same number for both, 877-881-1053. So before the depression of last night, all three teams in the NFC East won their games. Eagles hang on against the Lions in Detroit. A.J. Brown with the fantastic debut. The Commanders come back and beat Jacksonville. They're feeling good about Carson Wentz this morning. He throws for 4 touchdown passes. Jahan Dotson with an awesome rookie debut. They had their, of course, early leak in the stadium as they had brought up the yellow tape. It wouldn't be a Commanders game at home unless there was poop water flowing in the aisles.
I love poop water.
But I think the most exciting win is in New York with the New York Giants seeing a resurgence from Saquon Barkley finally, and they come back and beat the Tennessee Titans. What an awful loss for the Titans as Brian Daboll goes for 2 and the Titans miss a 47-yard kick to win it.
Yep. Pretty cool. Pretty cool that he went for 2 there, even though he guaranteed that they were going to be a little bit more aggressive that way. Tennessee was. They were just going to sit on it, and they missed a field goal. Man, there was a bad kicking yesterday.
I'm waiting for a stat to come out on the game-winning kicks, including everything in that Cincinnati-Pittsburgh game. Game-winning kicks that missed, hit, botched holds, bad snaps. It was disastrous. By the way, star up for Brett Maher, one of the few star ups for the Cowboys' embarrassment last night. But, man, the final ending of the noon games, Red Zone was on fire. Pittsburgh, the Texans, the Falcons, the Browns about to choke away their entire days. You think Jamar Chase wins it at the buzzer, and then Minkah Fitzpatrick blocks the extra point. Fitzpatrick got in on the turnover fest for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. You and I were thinking about them slipping in our predictions late last week, and they turned it over 5 times, and Cincinnati still almost survived. That would have been gut-wrenching for Pittsburgh to lose that game. Jamar Chase, clock expires, single coverage, catches the touchdown, Minkah with the block. Then McPherson misses from 29. The clutch, new Adam Vinatieri, it wasn't his fault, though. High snap, the laces were in. The regular long snapper, regular long snapper for Cincy has to leave the game in the fourth quarter, and eventually Boswell wins it from 53 at the buzzer. This would have been the second tie of the game. Excuse me, of the day. It would have been the second tie of the day in addition to Houston and Indianapolis. And this Pittsburgh-Cincy back and forth finally ended the early games at 3:46 Central. Oh, yeah, TJ Watt tearing his pec, scheduled to undergo scans today to confirm it, and it was on one of those plays where he was annihilating La'el Collins, the former Cowboy.
I mean, TJ will annihilate quite a bit of people.
Sure.
At some point in the game, and La'el was the victim of this one. But torn pec. I mean, look, I got to hand it to Tomlin and the Steelers. I mean, and this is why I was like, man,
this was in Cincy too, right?
Yeah, it was. I wanted Kenny Pickett to start, but I also wanted to see Mitch play and get to play for a team that actually has a clue as to what they're doing. And the Bears obviously didn't. So I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that from Trubisky. See him get to play for a team that knows what's going on. And I'll tell you, that Steelers team, they're going to be competitive.
So while that's taking place, all that chaos, the Saints are about to lose to Atlanta, which you want. If the Saints are going to be an NFC player or at least a wild card team, you want them to lose to the sorry Falcons. They come back. Michael Thomas has returned, Pat Doney. Jarvis Landry has a catch that sets up the Saints winner, and they end up coming back to break it. No one loses games like the Atlanta Falcons in more devastating fashion.
Didn't matter who the quarterback was, Matt Ryan or Marcus Mariota. It doesn't matter who it is. They will lose games in crushing fashion.
27-26 as Jameis throws for 2 touchdowns, 269. He was getting evaluated for an injury. Taysom Hill runs for 81 yards. And Jarvis Landry, the former Browns, 7 for 114. Cordero Patterson, Tennessee Vol, becomes the first player in 20 games to run for over 100 yards against the Saints defense. Wow. What a stat that is. He had 22 for 120.
He has turned into what everybody wanted Percy Harvin to be.
Yep.
He has turned into a heck of a weapon, knife, pocket knife, whatever you want to call it. Fun player to watch. Very fun. But it is like the Falcons. There are certain teams or certain players that just find a way to lose games. Very odd ways to lose games. The Falcons are one of them.
While that's taking place, it looks like Baker Mayfield is going to get his revenge on the Cleveland Browns. Right? Cleveland is up. They've dominated on the day. Kareem Hunt is scoring touchdowns. They're trying to get by with Jacoby Brissett. Amari Cooper is making his Browns debut. I'll get you Amari's numbers. He ended up with 3 catches, 17 yards on 6 targets. But in the end, Cleveland gets a 58-yarder to shatter Baker's heart on the sideline. RJ, that's the first Browns Week 1 win since 2004.
Oh, God.
Can you name the quarterback?
2004.
I think this could be the toughest exercise with Cleveland or either Washington quarterbacks. He was a former...
was it Spurgeon Wynn?
As a vet. Good veteran player. Also spent time in the NFC West.
Good veteran player. Also spent time in the NFC West. See, I think the Browns went to the playoffs. I thought they went to the playoffs like Kelly Holcomb one year. Oh, man, I got no idea.
Jeff Garcia.
Oh, dear.
Jeff Garcia. Last time the Browns won Week 1, 2004 against the Ravens. So Cleveland ends up winning. And how about the kicking with Indianapolis? They miss wide right from 42.
Yep.
This was a giveaway by the Texans. The armpit should have beaten Indianapolis.
They're up 20-3.
20-3. And I was getting ready to come in here and brag about how done Matt Ryan is. They come back, again, had a chance to win. Miss from 42. And then Lovie Smith, the coward trophy of the week. Lovie punts at midfield. There's 26 seconds left. They're tied.
Yeah.
It's going over. It's in overtime. Game's going to end. Lovie punts at midfield on 4th and 3.
Insane. Now, I guess the downside with that would be if you went for it at midfield and you miss. I don't remember how many timeouts Indy had left. I don't think they had any. They may have had one. But even still, you still got to get another 10, 12, 15 yards.
But it's a winner tank situation.
Exactly.
It's a winner tank.
Exactly.
If you lose, you lose. Everyone's expecting Lovie to be there a year anyway.
Yep. Just go for it, dude.
Go for it. No one on your team is going to get mad at you for going for it.
No, nobody. None of your fans are, because the fans don't care anyway. They understand. They know what this is. They know this is a one-and-done situation for you. Just go for it, man.
9 straight seasons without a Week 1 win for the Colts. 9.
So, Andrew Luck. Middle of the early Andrew Luck. Like second year Andrew Luck's career.
That is just the early games in around the NFL. Here on Sean and RJ, we never do this, but this was the worst week one of anyone, and it's absolutely disastrous as Dak Prescott is going to get surgery on the right thumb. He's gone 6 to 8 weeks already, and then you got the game. You go off on whatever you want. Cowboy calls, 877-881-1053. We have Cowboys-Bengals tickets, by the way, to give away in the 7 o'clock. Cowboys-Bengals ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock during the Expressway. 877-881-1053 for your Cowboy calls next. But first, man, you didn't think the weekend could get any
Prescott.
Wow, what a catch by Mike Evans there. What a catch.
That's ridiculous.
Trayvon Diggs is complaining that Evans basically pushed off his helmet on this, but that was just what you call a swim release by Evans on Diggs. That's never going to get called.
Tampa Bay did not look great. Giselle tweeting out before the game, "Let's go, Tom." I guess that was probably the deal as Ian Rappaport came out with the story before the games in the Sunday morning news dump that this was going to be Brady's final season. And as you emailed me, no duh.
Yeah, no duh. It's either going to be his final season or his final year of marriage. It's one of the two.
One of the two.
He's got a choice.
And that was the compromise. This is it. Move back in. Let's be a family. Give me a nice little tweet supporting me. And this will be my final year.
This is it. And we'll do the, I'll be able to mentally prepare for this be my final year throughout the course of the season. And look, I mean, he is getting up there, dude. Like, obviously, he's 45 years old. He looked considerably older than he did 2 years ago.
Man, Amanda, you could tell she watches Bravo because she's like, look at his weight. Look at his cheekbones. Look at this. Look at that. As people always speculate that Tom is going for another procedure to look good for his post-playing TV career.
He might be. You never know. But, like, he does look considerably older. I don't say more brittle, but you don't see Tom under duress like that.
Still pretty hot. Still looks good. Well, I meant he still looks. Still looks. Sound like Charles Barkley. Cowboy calls. When's the last time we took calls in the 6 a.m. hour? 877-881-1053. That's how disastrous this is. Plus, Dak Prescott gone 6 to 8 weeks with the broken thumb that needs surgery. Tyler in Greenville. Start us off, Tyler. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, boys.
Morning.
Morning. How are you?
Well, I'm all right. My take today is, looks like Jerry got what he wanted with Dak getting hurt. His Cowboys are still going to be all over in the news, and that's all he ever cares about and wants.
Well, he'll get what he wants for
a week.
And then if you want the Cowboys to make a move at quarterback, you need Basic's tweet to be proven true or depending on how you look at it. Will the Cowboys be in a relevant NFL story by week 5? That's the question. If Jerry fears that, maybe they call San Francisco. Maybe they try to make a desperation play. Maybe they try to upgrade from Cooper Rush. That's what
saves Mike McCarthy.
I do. Now that said, like if they're 0-8 and Dak comes back, it's going to be because you got Detroit, you got the Bears in there. Those are teams that you probably should beat. Although you probably shouldn't beat anybody with a backup quarterback.
This is the second best thing that could have happened to McCarthy. Number 1 is a win. This is 2.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yep. I mean, he goes now. His exit interview with the Joneses is like, at the end of the season, it's like, well, guys, what records was I supposed to have?
Right. It's like how we kind of just dismissed his first year here.
Right. I do. He's basically had one fair year.
So 4 years, 2, I don't have Dak. You want to judge me off that?
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Justin in Weatherford. Justin, you're live on Sean and RJ on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
What's up, fellas? How are y'all doing this morning?
Not well. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I got a few points. I'm just going to roll it up in a big old greasy, stinky burrito for you here.
All right.
Number one, we've been mediocre since Quincy Carr came in the league. So as a Cowboys fan, lifetime fan, how long are we going to do this? So what's the one constant we've had since Quincy Carr's been here? The Jones. So at any other job, with this poor performance in the last umpteen years we've had, anybody else would get fired. So when do they take accountability?
Well, they're never going to be fired. We know that.
Yeah, but I understand that. But I mean, when's the finger going to point at them and say maybe you're the problem in the front office? No coach is going to come here. No good personnel is going to come here just because of that. It's just my take of it. So I mean, star down, throw the star in the trash. Our fans don't deserve this. I mean, but you know what? Each week we'll show up.
Yep.
We'll give them our money. We'll go to the game. We'll sit there and we'll clap for them. And then here we'll be right back in the same spot every week talking about the problems of the Cowboys or the same things we've done the last 20 years. So that's kind of my take on it.
Thanks, Justin.
I think the fingers have already been pointed at him. The fingers have been pointed at the Jones family for 20 years. Have they been pointed enough? Have they been pointed too much? I mean, that's the next step of the conversation. But there's been plenty of people that have complained about the Jones family and how they operate and how they run this team for the last 20 years. I mean, they went on the cheap this offseason. They did this team no favors. None. They didn't do their quarterback any favors. They didn't do the head coach any favors. Yet Jerry will sit here and talk about how great this team is all the time, and then when the team fails, this is how you're a master manipulator, and I know this from
being one
basically.
Yeah, give me Jerry's spin
and
tomorrow.
I'm raising two master manipulators as children.
Jerry's spin tomorrow at 8:30 will be what?
Oh, see, that's a good question.
I thought you were just about to give the manipulation spin.
Well, I'm trying to think because I don't know that he can manipulate at this point.
Okay.
What can you manipulate now? But prior to the season my expectations haven't changed. I expect everything, we got this, we got that.
We're better than last year.
We're better than last year. So they prop it up. And then when it doesn't happen, who gets the blame? The quarterback and the coach.
I tweeted this yesterday. This was the most negative offseason that the fan base has given us in terms of feedback. And after last night, at least, your football instinct was 1,000% correct. It's 1,000% true. That this team took a step backwards. They didn't go for it, and they were worse. And last night was an abomination, especially, obviously, offensively. Chris in Weatherford, you're live on Sean and RJ on a very depressing Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, man, I don't know what's wrong with those last two guys and why they're not more pissed off, dude. But I've been a Cowboys fan since I was 3, man. I'm 33 years old, and last night was the first night that I turned it off as soon as the fourth quarter started, man. Where's the heart from this team, man? Where the dogs at, man? They have nobody, dude. Where's Tank other than Parsons doing his thing, man? What does this team have? As soon as Parsons' contract is up, dude, I'm gone. I'm running as far from the star as I can if I'm him, dude. I'm frustrated, Sean. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. And look, I was thinking that last night. I first thought it was Dalton Schultz. I'm like, if I'm Dalton Schultz, I'm getting the hell out of here. Forget about them giving me my money. I'm out of here. Micah Parsons, I'm getting up out of here. Now, this is game one reaction in the moment, and I'm very, temperamental and emotional. What you're hearing, Chris, from the other callers, it's going to depend on your age. So you're 33, and you're going to be more fiery than someone that's 53 or 63. And shout out to some of the old school Tolos. There's 5 stages of grief. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the call. There's 5 stages of grief. There's denial. There's anger. There's bargaining. There's depression. And what you heard from the 2 previous callers is acceptance. When you just stop caring. This is what Dan Snyder did to me growing up in the D.C. area. I don't care. I stopped caring. I was on every blog. I was on every message board. I was on every website. Every year I was buying the new Madden. I was making all the trades for Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders and Jeff George. And they just sucked the life out of me. Gone. Totally gone. And when you hear the older Tolo sound like that, how many times you're going to be abused emotionally. John in McKinney. John, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, good morning, brother. Well, I guess I'm in the last stage. Listen, man, Cowboy Nation, if you woke up this morning angry, peed off, shame on you, because there was no way that this team had any chance of being relevant. We give up Amari Cooper for nothing. You know what I'm saying? We do nothing to address that, and that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? This right here is what happens. Offense can't move the ball. But there is an upside. That defense is legit. And I was so proud of them boys for showing up and showing out last night, man. It wasn't that Tom Brady and the Bucs played bad. It was that Micah Parsons was all over the field. That defense was all over the field. So be proud of that. Be proud of that. I'm going to watch Cowboys this year strictly for Micah Parsons and that defense. Strictly. I was never watching the Cowboys this year because of the offense, because I knew the offense wasn't going to do anything. Whenever you have Kellen Moore dialing up two long trick plays to get the offense moving, man, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. This is the NFL. This is not Boise State. And have a good morning, fellas.
Thank you for the call.
Lou Holt used to say that as soon as you start running trick plays, you've told the other team that you can't beat them. So you got to try new things. I'm not going to kill Kellen Moore for that. I mean, we've been asking for him to do something creative, and then when he does it, I'm not going to be upset about it. I mean, this is what we asked for. But he's right. The defense did play fair. They did. I will say this. I mean, it was a conveyor belt of offense out there. The Bucs were moving the ball pretty well.
Well,
they just got stopped. They just settled for field goal.
My star down is to the run D, and I got a big fat target right at the big ass head of Bobby Belt at 7:20 this morning, because all I heard about was the D tackles. Oh, this team's gonna lose 4. Did y'all notice Dante Fowler? Did y'all notice who else was another? Quentin Bohanna, I guess, was Micah Parsons' breakout player. Tristan Hill. Neville Gallimore, these names that keep getting recycled through the Cowboy hype machine. And that's when Bobby kept saying, well, they're going to have 4 guys on other teams. They got shredded. Like they always get shredded. Leonard Fournette looked like Jerome Bettis on steroids last night. 21 for 127, 6 a carry, unstoppable, running over people. They ran for $152. So I'm not gonna go crazy over this defense. I still believe they're gonna get gassed when other teams want to gash them. I gave a star up to Diggs. Rough off until the touchdown he gave up against Evans. That was like a fading away one-handed catch by Evans.
Which, in his defense, I mean, how many DBs would they be able to defend that?
Right.
That was a great catch.
Yeah. I thought Diggs had a nice night, but missed me with that run D. I'm tired of hearing about this D-line. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about it. I'm going to go after Bobby at 7:20 this morning for getting absolutely gashed. 877-881-1053, Diamond Factory hotline, truckwreck.com text line. The Cowboys respond to Dak's injury after the game. How long is he out? Do you go quarterback shopping? What else happened in the rest of the NFC East? And what about the day in college football for the state of Texas?
Oh, yeah.
Headlines recapping the weekend. Next on The Fan. But first,
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd down 10. Elliott to Prescott's left. Bucks showing a four-man front. Prescott is changing the play. Don't blitz, four-man rush. Prescott with time, rolls right, throws it out, intercepted. Picked off down the left side. It's Antoine Winfield, and he will be taken out of bounds finally at around the 19-yard line.
An absolute gut punch last night to open the Cowboys season.
Gut punch.
I don't know how much worse, like worst case scenario. I'm sitting there like in a daze last night, and my wife is like, "Is it that bad?" And I was like, "Yes, it is absolutely this bad." And I was like, "It's really going to be bad for you because that mood that I've been in, the great, fantastic mood over the past few weeks, that's about to turn. That's about to pull a Yui because all I've been waiting for is my precious NFL to come back." And I probably shouldn't be saying this, but it's common sense, kind of obvious. This whole thing probably over before it even begins.
It's not. Yeah, it's not anything. That's not breaking news. This whole thing is over. Now, I should say, let me preface this by saying this.
We got the NFC East.
The division stinks.
We're in the East. All right, get me a couple wins. Let's call it even. Dak out for 7 weeks.
7 weeks.
All right, 7 weeks. Cincy loss at the Giants.
And they could win that game.
Okay. Commanders in Arlington.
They could win that.
At the Rams.
Loss.
At the Eagles.
Loss.
Detroit in Arlington. And Chicago.
I mean, they could beat Detroit. I guess if Detroit puts up 35 like they did yesterday, I don't see the Cowboys put up 36.
I'm just saying, you got 4 crappy teams in the next 6.
Yeah.
Now, look, I had the Cowboys going 8-9 to begin with. I think it's over. But you do have Giants, Commanders, Lions, Bears, with the Rams and the Eagles in between. That's a break. If it's going to happen, no pun intended, it's best to happen right now. I guess the other part of the schedule where it could have happened is Giants, Colts, Texans, Jags. That's a 4-game little stretch right there. But that's more towards the end of your season. Mm-hmm. So Cincinnati next. We're going to give away tickets to this game in this hour for being a Tolo and sticking with us, even though last night we shouldn't have been sticking with this team. 19-3, they lose to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, no, they should not have been sticking with this team. They do have a chance, I guess, to make something of the next month and a half. But after what you saw last night, even when he was healthy, this team was not good, and neither was he. Dak played a miserable football game. This is not indicative of what a $40 million quarterback plays like. It was bad. Did he have help? No. But, hey, I don't want to compare the two, but I do think Patrick Mahomes lost his number 1 receiver. And he did okay.
Now, Rodgers didn't.
No, Rodgers didn't. But he also lost number 2 as well. Alan Lazard wasn't even there.
Yeah.
And Valdez-Scantling wasn't there either because he's with Kansas City. So he's lost his 3 best wide receivers from last year. Like that's a cluster. That's a cluster injury or a cluster loss right there. And that was big. That was huge. But look what Kansas City did. They lose Tyreek Hill. They get rid of him. They trade him away. They draft Sky Moore. They bring in Valdez-Scantling. Like they try to replace him. Juju. Cowboys didn't try to replace Amari Cooper. I mean, they did. I shouldn't say they did. They did. They tried to replace it with a 3rd-round draft pick, which is fine long term. But this year,
who was inactive last night?
Yeah, this year it's not going to be much. It doesn't appear like
Dak on the injury and whether he knew it was broken right away.
The play that happened, no, not necessarily in the game, just in the midst of it. Thought I jammed it. I mean, I've hit my hand on helmets or bodies a lot in my career, and never really had anything, maybe a jammed finger here, and I actually thought that's what it was. Just the next play, realized I couldn't grip the ball, let the sideline know. And then when I got off, I told the trainers the same thing. I was just like, I can't grip. I feel like if you yank it, I'll be okay. And no, came in, got x-rays, and things are different.
And then Cooper Rush came in, put the ball down the field at least a little bit. And we'll ask Jerry tomorrow, 8:30. Is it going to be Cooper Rush moving forward? He was 7 of 13 for 64 yards. He was sacked twice. His QBR was a 12. Dak's was a 15. Hideous offense.
Hideous offense. Okay, so just think of it this way. Just kind of use it like this. Like that means that with that quarterbacking performance, they would have won, about 15% of Dak's starts. That's how bad he was. 15%. That's it. You're not going to win that.
I'm surprised it was even that high.
Yeah, I am too. I am too. Because he threw a couple of interceptable balls, and then he threw others that were, behind the receiver. He was bad, dude. Like there's not really any way to
spin it
to spin this. Dak looked like he hadn't touched the football since January.
Man, that series at the end where he missed Noah Brown, like he was rolling right.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Good gosh.
I think he missed Houston right before that. Like early in the game.
Yeah, but the one he's rolling right, he did kind of a jump throw.
Yep.
Oh good God.
My Lord.
And the other thing on that play, he had room to run. Just go. Run it.
Mike McCarthy on the game and the injury.
It's very disappointing because, you just, for all the injured players, you just know how much they put into it. But, Dak, this is very important to him. And, he does all the extra stuff. So, yeah, you never want to see your players go through this. It's a long journey. This is week one. We were not clean as we would like. We lost to an experienced football team. I thought they were more consistent. We did some good things, and when we watch the tape, there'll definitely be a lot to build off of. But we had just untimely penalties, the pre-snap penalties. They were trying. They did a good plan, making us go the long way offensively, and we. You got to be able to sustain drives and stay in favorable down distances. So we weren't able to do that consistently. I thought defense gave us some opportunities with some stops and so forth. Had a big turnover there in the second half. We didn't, weren't able to get any points out of it. I thought our return game was going to have some opportunities. I thought they did a nice job covering. So, hey, it's week one. We got work to do, and that's the way we'll approach it.
10 more penalties for this undisciplined group, this mess. 10 more penalties. Oh, yeah, and Patrick Walker tweeted last night, J-Ron curses on crutches and not putting much weight, if any, on his knee, as he left the locker room.
Is that good?
That's not good.
That's not good.
That is not good, and neither is the rest of the division going undefeated.
Goff takes the snap, backs up, lets it fly, and it is intercepted. Intercepted. Running with the football is Blackberry, and Blackberry's in for the touchdown. Pick six. James Blackberry. Bradbury.
The Eagles have a great debut from Jalen Hurts. They go into Detroit, and they hang on in a high-scoring affair against the Lions. Carson Wentz, those 4 touchdown passes. Who got Jahan Dotson in fantasy as they come back and beat Jacksonville and the New York Giants. Oh, yeah. You grew up in that area. How much are they going crazy this morning about Brian Daboll's debut and Saquon Barkley beating the Tennessee Titans?
They're loving it. There's no doubt about that. They don't have much to talk about the Jets, but with the Giants, that was a good win. Tennessee is a perennial playoff team in the AFC at this point.
My buddies, the New York Meatballs, you just witnessed the change of the long-standing Giants culture. We normally lose that game. They're calling him Brian Dayballs in the New York paper for going for 2.
Look, I know it was a really good win for them. They're only talking about it because they won, because we all know that most of those fans are sitting there watching Yankees Rays yesterday instead. The pennant race, but that was a good win. There's no way to say it wasn't. This was the worst possible scenario for the Cowboys. The division wins every game, and they lose their quarterback for almost half a season. It's really hard to.
It's so deflating, man.
Oh, very deflating, very deflating. But here's the good thing.
We got college football.
You don't have to get upset about it anymore.
That's the scariest thing for Jerry Jones to hear.
I know. But, you still watch. But you don't have, you kind of already know the outcome with Cooper Rush there. So your heart will be a little bit better. You'll have a little bit more happiness in your life. I should say happiness. You'll have less heartache because you're not going to take the game as do or die anymore because, I mean, let's face it, you don't have a quarterback. You know the results. It's the only good thing. I'm trying to help here.
Okay.
I'm trying to be a therapist.
More calls at 8 o'clock this morning. Chicago Bears beat Trey Lance in a slip and slide, 19-10. You think you're getting Jimmy Garoppolo after that debut? Hopefully they say nasty conditions. No one's going to score a lot of points, but Chicago beats San Francisco. Man, Bobby Bell is taking it on the chin so far this morning. He'll be joining us at 7:20. Steelers win a wild one in Cincinnati. My man, Mike McDaniel. Logic, as Troy used to call him. 20-7. Dolphins over the Patriots. How much are they freaking out in Boston? Ravens get touchdowns, 3 touchdowns from Lamar. They beat the Where's your Joe Flacco love now, Robert Saleh? 24-9 Baltimore. We'll get to the rest of the games. Aaron Rodgers got destroyed by the Minnesota Vikings. And tonight, Russell Wilson returns to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. Saturday afternoon football in Austin.
Empty set again. Young, pump fake. Looks to his left, rolls to his left, stops, looks into the end zone. Catch is made. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs makes the grab in the back of the end zone.
Who's cheering in the broadcast room as Bryce Young and Alabama come back against the Longhorns? The two big Texas teams lose their starters. Quinn Ewers looked fantastic early on. He gets hurt with the left shoulder. He's gone for a while, and the Longhorns still almost pull off the shocker against Alabama. I was glued to this.
Oh, this was tremendous theater. This was a really good game. Texas had it. They had it. Bryce Young avoiding that sack and being able to get that first down. Holy cow.
Backbreaker.
That was the game right there. That was an absolute backbreaker. It was a fantastic performance by Texas. The crowd came. The crowd came. They brought it, man. And for them to lose this game by this is everybody's national title pick. This is one of the most lopsided national title selections ever. And Texas played a better football game than they did, and they should have won.
Meanwhile, Texas A&M with an embarrassing result.
Very embarrassing. Although, I will say this about A&M and App State. App State is no joke. App State has basically played every Power 5 team of the last 10, they've led or tied in the fourth quarter in 8 of the last 10.
A&M paid App State $1.5 million to come to College Station. They lost. Notre Dame paid Marshall $1.25 million to go to South Bend, and they lost. More college football later on in the show. Headlines here on Sean and RJ. I got a lot of stuff for Bobby Belt. I want to know, what was it like in the Cowboys locker room? What does he think of his Cowboys run defense now? And are they going to go shopping? Would you make the phone call for Jimmy G or somebody else to try to save the season? Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on a disastrous Monday next. But first,
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there would be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's 2018 all over again. I know they got CD Lamb, which they didn't have that kind of guy as a number one guy, but people put CD Lamb, just because of Amari Cooper, into the Devontae Adams category. He ain't there yet.
That was Babe Laufenberg as CeeDee Lamb getting called out by the fan base with that performance last night as the number one. Is he ready for that? 2 for 29. Noah Brown led the way in yardage, 5 for 68. Dalton Schultz had 7 for 62.
That might be more. That might be Noah Brown's, like, that might have matched his career totals. Seriously. Like, he's done nothing in his career, and he had a really good camp. And he had a nice game. I mean, give him credit. That dude, they stuck with him, and he has proven to, at least for one game, that paid off.
Would have had more if Dak could hit a wide open guy rolling out in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he would have more.
Hey, for all you tough guys, 8 a.m. is another caller segment. So for all you tough guys with your 7 followers on Twitter who say that we're so soft on Jerry and McCarthy, and we don't cuss out Steven and tell them that they suck and they suck and they need to give up the team and they need to fire themselves. That's what the phone line is for. So let's see how tough you are. You want to say something to Jerry and Steven without dropping profanity? 8 o'clock. There's another opportunity for you because all y'all come crawling out of the holes after the first game's a debacle. But you had them going 13-4 before last night. You had them going 12-5. We keep the fan text. We screenshot it. I saw the predictions coming in for the Tampa game and for the season. And then when the offense looks horrific, then you have a meltdown and you freak out and you get mad at us because we don't cuss out Mike McCarthy and Jerry and Steven when they come on. So you can do it at 8. Let's see if you follow up on it. 877-881-1053. We're going to give away Cowboys-Bengals tickets this hour. This is the Expressway, commercial-free till the end of the hour. Cowboys-Bengals tickets for Sunday against Cincinnati. They should be in a great mood after that horrific offensive performance with all their turnovers. Jamar Chase should have some fun against us this hour. Cowboys-Cincy tickets. Luke Combs. I got to get these for the wife. Luke Combs tickets next hour here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Bobby Belt. What's up, brother?
Good morning, Metroplex. I'll say it since you did not. I'll get it in there. And you can't see me right now, but I'm fist pumping in case RJ doesn't. So I'm making sure we're covering the Tolos today.
Take it wherever you'd like. I guess first let's start in the locker room. Are you even allowed in the locker room? What is the access like for the opener and this season.
Yeah, so we're allowed in the locker room. It's back to it's back to the standard. So no more COVID protocols at all. We're allowed to go down there and jump in and talk to everybody. So I grabbed Jerry right as soon as he got out of the locker, and then I ran into the Miller Lite Club to make sure I could send it to Alec Medford so that they could play Jerry's stuff immediately, and then jumped on with Brian and Ari. So I actually missed the open locker room portion because of the Jerry stuff, but it's I talked to a couple of the beat writers after, and apparently they broke the news to a lot of the guys there. The guys at the locker didn't know Dak was having surgery until the media came in there and asked him about it. And so that was their chance to hear about it. But, man, just an awful performance. Like I had said last night on the postgame show, even if you take out the injuries, let's say you come out of this game and Dak doesn't fracture his thumb and Connor McGovern doesn't leave in a walking boot and J-Ron Kearse doesn't leave on crutches. We're still, even if they come out of this with perfect health, talking about this football team has serious issues. And it doesn't look like this is a competitive football team right now, a real contender right now. And so, I mean, I think the injuries just magnify that even more. But they are in a tough spot. This is going to be a rough 8 weeks, and even once Dak is ready to come back, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a fun final 9 weeks. So they're definitely in a tough spot right now.
You picked them to go 7-10 after the Tyron injury, so you did not put on the blinders and say, we're still sitting there going 12-5 or undefeated, but you're still a Dak guy, and you love him and you've defended him for a long time. What stood out to you about his actual play before we get to the injury?
I mean, he was awful. Like I mean, flat out. Like, he was bad. I understand, there's some things that are not totally within his control. Terrence Steele and all the penalties are not within his control. The fact that in the first half, guys weren't getting any separation, that's not within his control. But he's got to be better. And as much as there were things working against him in the first half, the second half was largely him. And were largely his issues. And so, it's perplexing because I think that, I go back to the second Washington game last year where he threw that or maybe it was the first one, whatever the one was in Washington, he threw that interception to Cole Holcomb, where Cole Holcomb's standing right there and he doesn't see him. And it's like, man, we've never seen him do something like that. And then last night there were a couple instances where it's like, do you not see that guy in the middle of the field coming over to, into your passing lane? How do you not see him? How do you not see Antoine Winfield there? If Antoine Winfield didn't pick off that pass, I can't remember who was in coverage. I think it was Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis is picking off that pass. And so, I mean, I don't know totally what he's seeing right now, and I don't know because we've not seen him read the field like this before. I don't know what is the cause of that. If there's something just between the years that's not right. Did he just not feel comfortable with, after Connor McGovern went out? Was it just like, man, my entire left side is all inexperienced now? A left side that actually held its own pretty well. Matt Farniak and Tyler Smith were pretty good, actually, I thought, last night. But whatever it is, you got to fix it. There's something wrong here.
Yeah, Brady threw a bad pick where I don't know how he didn't see Wilson, but sure. That does, Dak was just bad the whole time. Here's my thing. It seems like game to game, you don't know whether he's going to be aggressive or passive. And then yesterday he was, I thought, extremely conservative with his passes. Did you see that? Now, how much of that, though, is wide receiver?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was conservative. Look, there are, when you're talking about you're running a bunch of 12 personnel and you're keeping an extra help, and, one of your receivers is Noah Brown, who's not necessarily a guy who's going to get a ton of separation, and CeeDee Lamb is, honestly, like I said, I mean, a lot of this is on Dak, but CeeDee Lamb was not good last night either. He didn't have a good game. And that came after a week of a lot of strong talk about how he was ready to show like he's not far from Cooper Kupp. And so I think that the conservative nature of the game plan early on was about they were trying to figure out their protections and they weren't getting a lot of separation. But, man, when 12-3 feels like you're down 45-3,
yeah.
You need to start taking some shots. And he just never found a rhythm. There was one throw in the third quarter, I think it was. Dak got protection, had time. Noah Brown got separation, and he just threw it 10 feet over Noah Brown's head on the sideline. And it's like, okay, is that yips? What is that? And so I think that there's a lot of confusion here while he's, out for these next several weeks. I hope that he and the Cowboys kind of, have him really go back into the classroom, like really double down on his study and try and figure out, like, okay, what am I not seeing here that I was seeing before?
Bobby Belt, Diamond Factory Hotline after the 19-3 abomination last night. Are you experiencing or feeling any Dak doubt yourself?
No, because I've seen him, not yet, I'll say, because I've seen him pull himself up out of weird spots like this before. Like 2017 to 2018, there was a long, like 10 to 12 game stretch where between those two seasons where he didn't look like the same guy. And I guess I'm just wondering, I think a lot of what happened there was some sort of PTSD after the Atlanta game, and he became a little shell-shocked, and I think it affected the way he saw the field for a little while, and he pulled himself out of that and became a better player and played above what we had seen. We're just talking about this time last year and 11 months ago, 10 months ago, whatever it was, him being talked about as an MVP candidate. And so in the end, this is still just basically, a 9-10 game stretch that we're talking about here. And I would hope that he was going to pull himself out of that. He looked good to start that drive. He completed 2 third and longs, and it was like, oh, okay, look, we've got this. This is the Dak that we saw at the beginning of last year. And it just fell apart so quickly. So I guess that's just the concerning thing, is not having a good answer as to why things have changed for him. My question at this point is I wonder if just the injuries are in his head. And there reaches a point. I don't know if we're there yet. We might need to start talking about the fact that your quarterback's injury prone.
Yeah.
And that's an awful label to get on there. But we're talking about AC joint injury at the end of 2019. 5 weeks into the season, you break your ankle. Beginning of training camp of 2021, you have the lat injury.
Shoulder
6 weeks into the
also,
season, you have the calf strain. Just a couple days ago, you have the ankle popping, which is not, your shoes are too tight, by the way. And then last night, you have the fracture on your thumb on your throwing hand. And you can say, well, that's fluky, or this is fluky. Okay, but we're talking about, basically 6 injuries to 4 different body parts. And you have to start saying, okay, this has all happened in the span of about 20 total weeks on the field to have 6 injuries. That is significant.
What did you make of
show that he can be durable?
What did you make of the pop report from Jay Glazer?
I think it fits with the fact that, like we said on Friday, I mentioned on Friday that I felt confident that they weren't concerned by it. I thought that was the truth, but I didn't believe they were telling us the truth about what it actually was. That never made sense. And so I think it's a little odd that, when they say they just think it's scar tissue or whatever else, it's like, okay, well, what happened in 16 games last year that it didn't pop then, or all of training camp? That's just a little odd to me. But it just goes to show, once again, you can't trust anything that they have to say about injuries, I think. Especially, that's always the case with teams, but especially it feels like under Mike McCarthy, they don't want to tip anything, and that's fine. I certainly understand the motives behind it. But it just, the caginess about all the details of things makes it tough to buy it when they tell us, oh, there's nothing to worry about here.
Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. If Dak is out 6 to 8 weeks after the surgery, will they go shopping for a quarterback? And would you go shopping for a quarterback?
I would not go shopping for a quarterback, because I don't think that getting a better quarterback in here for 6 to 8 weeks than Cooper Rush really is worth it with this current football team. Like, if we're talking about this is a team that's a true contender, and it's like, man, this is just a death blow to them, is the fact that they don't have their quarterback, then, I would have done this last year. If when Dak's calf strain happened and they went 6 to 8 weeks and they needed somebody, yeah, that's when you discuss it. But I don't think that team showed you anything that made you go, man, we got to go in there and get a quarterback who can do this. Jerry Jones after the game was trying to, find silver linings as best he could. It didn't sound like he wanted to go with anybody else but Cooper Rush, like that they wanted to go out and get anybody. He said, Cooper Rush was going to have to step up. He'll be getting all the reps. But he also threw in there, after kind of the big media gaggle broke up and a couple of us got him off to the corner before he left, he said, he was reminded of just how bad he felt when Tony Romo went down against Seattle. And then right after that, he's reminded of, wow, 2.5, 3 months later, I'm trying to figure out who's going to start for us the rest of the way and who's going to lead us against Green Bay. And so, he said that when these bad things happen, you got to find some sort of optimism to lean into to kind of get through it. And that's what he was leaning into right now. And so it sounds like Cooper Rush is going to be the guy and that they don't really have any interest in shopping.
If I told you Tyler Smith played like that and Dak didn't get hurt, Tyler Smith plays at that level throughout the first 8 games. Are you changing your 7-10 prediction?
Quite possibly, because I would assume he's just going to get better, like we've talked about.
Yeah.
And so
now McGovern,
really good.
Sorry, now McGovern gets hurt. Does that accelerate Jason Peters, and does that move Tyler to guard?
Maybe. We'll get a better idea of that, I think, once we can talk to some folks, here this week. They really like Matt Farniak, though, and he played well. He was good at left guard. I don't think that was the reason you had issues last night. But yeah, the bigger question to me is not necessarily do you move Tyler to guard. It's that if Farniak shows he can do a good job, do you start talking about Tyler needs to play right tackle and let Jason Peters play left tackle? But again, it also comes down to this question of, is this a team that's good enough that you want to start making those sorts of sacrifices or those sorts of, jumping through those sort of hoops? Or do you just want to say, hey, it is what it is. Let's see what this team can do. And if it goes sideways, all right, we need to make some changes after this year.
Yeah, because I wouldn't I'm thinking, do you tank? Do you go for it? I'm like, man, the NFC is there was no dominant team into week 1.
If Tampa Bay, Michael Irvin called me last night.
Whoa.
And he's like, my positive spin is going to be Tampa Bay looked the best amongst the contenders in the NFC.
Yeah.
Right? It's not Green Bay.
Nope.
Not the Rams.
Nope.
Tampa Bay. And that was an ugly win for them.
Yep.
So
yeah,
there's no dominant team.
That's speaking to your point.
So if there's no dominant team.
And the division.
Yeah, and there's no dominant team, and the division is what it is. First of all, has Philly become dangerous? But, does that mean that, hey, you know what, maybe going and getting somebody is not the worst idea?
Yeah, but while there's no dominant team, you're also looking at, when we talk about trying to weather this stretch without Dak Prescott, I heard you guys talking about that a little bit earlier. Are we chalking up, oh yeah, definitely they beat the Giants after the Giants just went on the road and beat the Titans, who are better than Dallas, or the Bears, who just won by 10 over a 49ers team that mollywopped you 9 months ago. I don't know that. I don't know how confident I am that they can get. I feel like any game is up for grabs with this football team right now, and that's concerning. I don't think, as much as other contenders are bruised, I don't think that any game is up for grabs with the other contenders. There are certain victories on their schedule when they go up against certain teams. This Dallas team, there's no telling what they're going to be from week to week.
Well, there is telling now. There's going to be a lot of losses. So
yeah,
it's not.
Yeah,
50-50.
I'm just saying. I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I don't think you can chalk up any wins as like, oh, Detroit, there's a win, or like, oh, Jacksonville, that you can win that one late in the season. There's just anything. It is truly any given Sunday for this football team.
What did you think of your vaunted defensive line last night?
I thought the defensive line was okay. I think DeMarcus Lawrence played well. Oso Odigizua was strong. You obviously want to see them get more sacks, but like that's Tom Brady, man. He can get the ball out quick. And so he knows how to get the ball out quick and avoid the sacks. I thought they generated some pressure. There were a couple times where he had way too much time to stand in there, though. And you can't have that. They've got to be better. That's a line you can say about just about everybody on this football team, is that they've got to be better.
Yeah, but what about the run defense?
Look, Tampa Bay ran the ball 8 times over left end yesterday, and they picked up 9 yards per carry. Trayvon Diggs is a target for teams in the run game now. Because it's a black hole, honestly. And so I think they feel like Byron Leftwich did a really good job scheming up favorable math for their blockers of like, we got a hat on a hat, we got this blocked up, to where it was just, if they execute, Leonard Fournette can go for 10 yards. You can consider it a hat on a hat that they've got it completely blocked up if the only free defender is Trayvon Diggs at this point.
Other injuries that we should know about?
We got Connor McGovern leaving the stadium in a walking boot. That's a high ankle sprain, according to Jerry Jones. You had a knee sprain in all likelihood with Jaron Kearse, and he left the field. He left the stadium on crutches. They believe the ACL is intact, and they're going to run an MRI today just to confirm. But I also remember just a few weeks back when the report was they believe Tyron Smith's ACL is intact, and they're going to do an MRI to confirm. And so we know how that ended. And then Terrell Basham is apparently a thigh contusion, it sounds like. So some injuries that are going to cause all those guys to miss time. So even outside of Dak Prescott, this is a banged-up football team.
Did yesterday buy Mike McCarthy more time?
I would hope not. And I don't mean that in the sense of, you know what I mean? I don't mean that in the sense of like, you know.
Well, it's justifiable. It's justifiable to scratch the year for him, isn't it?
No. This is you're talking about year 3 and
the second one without your starter.
Right. He's only had 1 year with Dak. And he went 12
Okay,
and 5.
but look, I'll say this. And I don't know why, okay? I don't know why this happened. There could be some explanation for it that, well, they wanted to go by the locker room and see Dak, and so that's why they did this. But I don't know that that's totally accurate since the locker didn't seem to know Dak was going to have surgery. Last night, for the very first time that I've ever seen at a Cowboys game, the Cowboys went into the locker through the back door, including Mike McCarthy. They did not walk past the Miller Lite Club, and they did not walk past the media to the locker like they normally do. And that's led by Mike McCarthy. You had just 3 guys that walked by us. It was CeeDee Lamb, Ezekiel Elliott, Dorrance Armstrong. And then Dan Quinn and some of the assistants walked by us. But otherwise, the other guys just slipped in the back after this game. And there's some questions about, like, can you face the music? And I think consistently one of the questions about Mike McCarthy is, you know, at what point do we have him take responsibility for things? We had this conversation all the time with Jason Garrett. And Romo, he fractured his collarbone. You can't really blame him for this year. We got to carry him over. I think they're running out of time, and they've got to show that they can weather some of these injuries like other football teams do. So no, I don't think if this team really, really struggles, and without the injuries, you saw how bad and unprepared that football team looked last night. Then Mike McCarthy's got to answer for that.
Look, I agree. They look terrible. I will say this: what football team weathers quarterback injuries?
The Philadelphia Eagles on the way to a Super Bowl, who also lost their left tackle.
Okay, that was a fluke.
It was not a fluke. They played well down the stretch, and then they ran through the playoffs and beat Tom Brady, somebody you couldn't beat last night at 45 years old.
And then if they ran it back, what? Nothing. They're probably out in the first round.
What do you mean? Like if they ran that simulation like 100 times, or
yeah.
I don't know that. That was a good football team, and they showed resolve. Sure. Other teams weather injuries all the time.
They did show resolve, but we're talking that's the outlier, right? We admit that.
Okay. But should I see regardless? Here's the measure of Mike McCarthy. Then you can't see quit. If they're bad, they're bad. If you see quitting, because there was quitting in 2020 when the quarterback went down. So if you see that again, you have problems at the top.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. I just when I see the quarterback go down, I'm putting the whole thing, to me, I'm wiping it clean. That's just me. I just assume that when your quarterback goes down, you ain't winning.
Anything else that you would like to add?
Positivity. If you want positivity, Brett Maher made a field goal. That's a touchback. That's good.
How bad is it last night? I was thinking about like trading Micah. I'm like, just get whatever you can.
You can just get a one.
Just load it up.
You're so hurt, Sean. That you
I am hurt.
Trade. My gosh. Well, how about you take some of that hurt and actually confront Jerry and Stephen Jones, you big coward? Because you don't do that.
Well done. My confrontation was going to be saved for you. Bad day for Bobby Belt. San Fran losing. Lamar. Dak awful. Your D-line gets shredded by Fournette. I think you took more losses than I did yesterday, Bobo. But thank you.
Yeah, let's not talk Stafford Dak today, please.
Oh yeah, let's not talk Stafford Dak. Thanks, Bobby.
Love you all.
Woo! Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's send you to Arlington to hopefully see them get to 1-1 against the defending AFC champs.
That's right, Tolos. Right now is your chance to win Cowboys tickets for this Sunday's game versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Bengals at AT&T Stadium on Sunday afternoon, of course, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And thank you, Miller Lite. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're going to take Cowboy calls coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. What do y'all want to do? I'm going to put out this poll right now, this Twitter poll, at 1053SS on Twitter, at 1053SS. Do you want them to go and get another quarterback? San Francisco probably ain't giving up Jimmy. You're going to have to overwhelm them to bring Garoppolo in for 8 games. That doesn't make sense.
No.
I'm not giving up the capital for that. Go get Cam.
Oh, Cam's awful, though. Oh.
Beg Drew Brees.
There's the one. You beg Drew Brees to come back.
Little package deal.
Little package deal.
SP. DB. SP and DB.
That's the one. You beg Drew Brees. You beg Phillip Rivers. Somebody. Anyone with a pulse. You do that, or you just let Will Grier and Cooper Rush go. You could take that route.
Like, organizationally, if I was Jerry and Steven, I think the smart thing to do is to stick with Cooper Rush. Take your L's. Take your L's, or maybe someone. I'm not giving up any assets. No. I mean, I'll give up a 5th. You want to give me someone for a 5th, and I try to stay 500 so Dak comes back. Fine. And Cooper Rush. This isn't going anywhere with Cooper Rush. I'm just saying, take your L's. This was going to be not tread water, but you weren't going to be a contender this year. That's the way I tried to spin Tyler for Tyron. How are you viewing it? I'm not giving up a 2nd or a 3rd round pick to get Jimmy Garoppolo for 8 games. I'd do backflips to try to get Breeze.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo probably starts here before long in San Fran if week 1 was any indication. No, I'm not gonna sit here and throw the farm at somebody to try to get a good player, or a halfway decent player, or a washed up old man. I'm not gonna do that. This is at best you pray for 3 wins before Dak comes back. 4 wins. You hope you beat the Giants, Washington, Detroit, and Chicago. That's what you hope for, and then you hope there's an upset somewhere along the way. And then you hope that Philadelphia doesn't start off, 6-2. There are certain, but I'm not going to give up the farm. I'm not giving up everybody to go get a quarterback who, by the way, a quarterback comes in here, they got to learn the offense. If you think this offense is conservative now, what do you think they're going to do when there's a quarterback that doesn't know what the offense is?
Right.
I mean, everything is going to be check down, check down, check down. They'll be like check, 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 check. He tripped me, and that's what it's going to be like. So, no, I would stick with what you got.
All right, 877-881-1053. I'm putting out the poll question right now. I just hit tweet at 1053SS. What you want to do with the quarterback situation. By the way, man, I'm writing down names and numbers. I'm in a vengeful mood after yesterday when I said, be thankful for the NFC East. I tweeted that. And these people coming back at me with, the division that we're undefeated. So let me get this straight. So before yesterday, what order did you have in the NFC East? What order did y'all really have in the NFC East? I'm talking about those that I was tweeting with directly, not the other sane people. And now you're telling me, yes, I picked Philadelphia to win the division after having the Cowboys going 8-9 after the Tyron injury, but let's not lose track of who everyone played. The Eagles beat the Lions. The Commanders beat Jacksonville, who just had the number 1 pick. And the Titans...
Who had an interception, by the way, yesterday? Walker did.
Oh, I saw a sack.
Oh, yeah?
I saw a nice sack that he had. And you had the Tennessee Titans minus A.J. Brown, a team that people have losing the South to the Colts. They face the Giants.
Yeah. By the way, the AFC South is winless. They're winless on the year, and 2 teams played each other.
with the tie.
Yeah, they're still with us.
All right, truckwreck.com text line and Twitter. Choppy, I want Choppy's response to O-line doesn't matter, wide receiver loss doesn't matter, and the over would be destroyed. Which one did you feel the most regret about last night?
That's correct.
Make it.
That's correct. Every single one of them. Every single one. The O-line is the one I feel the least regret about because I do believe that the offensive line is sacks, is a quarterback stat. Dak held the ball a little bit too long, was indecisive with some of his decision-making. So I do put a lot of that on him. McGovern didn't play terribly.
No.
I don't think the offensive line performed that bad.
I'll be interested to see Dak's time to throw numbers compared to the rest of the league.
I would too.
When the PFF stuff comes out and all that.
Yeah, because I do think that because time to throw, when you think time to throw, it's not the amount of time the offensive line gives you. It's the amount of time that you take to throw the ball.
All right, so that one you feel the least guilt about.
The least guilt.
Okay. We got the wide receiver issue.
The over, I feel
slash quarterback, like the quarterback is going to elevate.
The second least regret I feel is the over. Unders, overs. I mean, they don't get hit. It's football, right? It happens.
Sure. Vegas had it, I think, low 50s.
It was 50.5.
And Bassick may have cleaned up if he bet that as hard as he was talking about.
I mean, Tampa did no favors for that. I mean, Tampa would have. I mean, even if the Cowboys won the game by a point, they would have missed the over. By a lot. The wide receiver one is that one hurts because it hurts for two reasons. One, I hate being wrong. Two, that's really a knock on Dak too. It is Patrick Mahomes showed yesterday. If you're good enough, it doesn't matter. The difference is in the reality. What really hurt is the reality that set in that this dude ain't close to being good enough.
877-881-1053. Spittle with an important detail. Jimmy G's new deal has a no trade.
Yeah, it does.
So why would he want to come here for 8 games? That makes zero sense. I think Garoppolo's off the table.
I agree. I guess the only thing is if I'm Jimmy and they've told me, look, even if he plays bad, we are not playing you. You are emergency situation only. And if that's the case, and if I'm Jimmy.
Which I would guess that's not the case.
It's probably not the case. But let's say they did for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
And if I'm Jimmy and the Cowboys say, hey, look, you come here, maybe you get a chance to, improve your stock for next year because you play well. Okay. I could talk myself into that.
All right, y'all, hit us up. Truckwreck.com text line, and we're taking more calls than normal after the disaster. Diamond Factory hotline's open. 877-881-1053 for your star up, star down. Congrats to the Tolo who won Cowboys Cincinnati tickets for this upcoming Sunday. And we have the giveaway that my wife is going to be dying for, Luke Combs tickets. Luke Combs tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, but your phone calls next, followed by Brad Sham right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Cars for Kids.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And so here comes 3rd and 5 inside the 10. Brady in the gun, 3rd down, snap back. Looking around, flushed out. Parsons has sacked it.
What would last night have been without that guy? First quarter, I was like, where's Micah? Where Mike at? Where the heck is Micah Parsons? And then when Tampa Bay was threatening in the red zone, even inside the 5, he shows up twice for his 2 sacks. Just unleash it. RJ, dead right about that. The only way you're going to win any of these games without Dak for 6 to 8 weeks, you're going to have to create a crazy amount of turnovers, sack fumbles, havoc, special teams, blocks, and Micah Parsons rushing the passer is the best way to do it. Just do it every dag-on play. Enough. The guy is unblockable.
Yeah, he really is.
He's
so
a
fast.
he's so fast.
Yeah, he's so fast. Now, the only thing that could happen...
And he powered through Wirfs last night. And again, I can't believe how much power he plays with. It reminds me of Von Miller just looking at his build, but just unleash him.
Yeah, he's so fast. I guess what you could do is if you run at him as he's going around the end... the left, I guess it would be the right tackle. You might be able, there's a spot there because he's already past the spot. He's just so fast. But I mean, if you run the other way, he'll chase you down. Like, the dude is a monster. He really is. And look, even him coming through the A gap is fine. It's not the preferred way, but I mean, it works. I mean,
Put him on the edge.
He got the Brady on that 3rd down play in the red zone. Tripped him up by his foot. I mean, he came right up the gut. I mean, the dude can do it from anywhere.
All right, before we get to your Cowboy calls, 877-881-1053. Go off however you want. Just don't curse. I don't want Peyton to get in trouble running the show.
I do.
On a Cowboys Monday.
Not on a Monday, man.
Not on a Monday. That's the time to get fired, is on a Monday. Nobody wants to get fired on a Friday. You ruin your weekend.
Okay.
I'd rather ruin the weekdays.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I don't want a weekend ruined.
Here's Jerry Jones after last night, including the Dak news.
Tremendously disappointing way for us to start the year. Everybody is disappointed about that. I'm particularly disappointed for our fans. Dak will be out for a little while, and so we'll be dealing with that as well. So this was a really tough night for the Cowboys, but and a really surprising night. But of course, really add to it right there at the end to lose him for several weeks. We'll see more about how many weeks that may be.
877-881-1053. By the way, misery loves company. I know I do. And these tweets, y'all are getting me through this morning. Thank you. Thank you for all these tweets. They are providing fantastic content. You're appreciated. People are tweeting Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ooh, Fitzy. Okay. Hey, look. I'll tell you. You want to have some fun? You watch Ryan Fitzpatrick play quarterback. Maddening and fun. He could throw 4 touchdowns in a single quarter and follow it up with 5 interceptions in the following one. And they're all going to be downfield throws. I mean, that could be entertaining. That could be really fun.
Okay, let's open it up. Jacob in Arlington, you're live on a disastrous Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Jacob.
Morning, guys. So I was going to buy a jersey yesterday before the game, but I didn't get around to it. Now I don't even think I'm going to watch the season.
Which one were you going to buy?
I was thinking about, have y'all seen that gold and black one? I was going to get a Parsons one.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. Okay.
They're actually pretty cool looking. But anyways, the defense isn't as good as I thought as they were. Dak is still terrible. And there's no point. I agree with Bobby. There's no point in going to get a quarterback with a team that's just not that good enough to win. Dak can't win winnable games. I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you for the call. Where is your Dak confidence wavering, if at all? Bobby wasn't stunned. He's been one of the biggest Dak homers. I've been labeled as one of the more Dak haters. I call him Silver Spoon because I feel like everything has had to be, he's kind of like the Stephen Jones of quarterbacks in terms of everything being given and provided for. And my feeling is you were going to see you were going to see much more evidence of that before he got hurt. Because last night, that was a bad offensive performance, and that didn't feel that felt like a hangover from last year in the second half when we gave him the excuse for being banged up.
Where's my Dak confidence, you ask? Well, I wouldn't buy a jersey tomorrow, if that's what you're asking.
If his deal was up, let's say he was out for the year.
Uh-huh.
And his deal was up after this year, what would you do?
Tag him.
You can't tag him. You've already tagged him. I'm making up fake conditions.
No, I get yeah.
Just think about that.
Okay. I'll think about it. I have my answer, but
Okay, go ahead.
I think I let him go. Because I'm assuming he's going to want Kyler, Deshaun, Russ money. He's going to want, because he'll be next man up.
Yeah, just call it 42-43.
I'd probably let him go.
D, Honest in Grand Prairie. D, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
What up, y'all? I am in face. I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. So my whole thing is I want to talk about this perception of being creative. If I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm taking the back as an offensive guru because, number one, I think when Cowboys fans say we want to create, how many times did we try to throw it down the field yesterday? How many times?
D, just start over real quick. You broke up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Creativity. You were talking about that.
Yeah. I'm saying as a Cowboys fan, when I say create, I'm not necessarily talking about trick plays.
Right.
I'm talking about how about do some regular stuff? How about throw it down the field? There was a play where I saw on that interception where where I think it was the cornerback came into, and then you saw a wide receiver running down the sideline that was wide open, and Dak missed him. It's like, I don't want trick plays. I want regular stuff that actually has some excitement. Throw the damn ball down the field. Like, what's so hard about that? Like, what's so hard about doing regular things but making it exciting? I don't want trick plays. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that was the take from a lot of Tolos after they tried the Pollard stuff early. And I'm like, okay, let's just not complain because it didn't work. We want Pollard to get touches. You want creativity? There you go. There's your crazy Madden flea flicker stuff. So I think that's a good call right there. It doesn't have to be your triple reverses for creativity. You can find it in other ways. But the offense, my Lord, 1 first down in the half. At halftime, they had 1 first down, I believe, after the opening drive. Yards per play, Tampa 8.6, Cowboys 3.7. 3.7 yards a play. They had 5 first downs with 94 total yards. Dwayne in Dallas. Dwayne, you're live on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, boss.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Man, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. I would say last night I'm like, hey, we might as well get ready for the draft season because we're going to have a top 5 pick this morning. After just going back and looking at everything and listening to you guys, it's like, man, we top 2, top 3 pick. Because even when Dak was good last night, I'm not good, but not injured, the offense was trash. The offense was trash, bro. And to be fair, the offensive line blocked decent. Like, they weren't bad.
Yep.
They weren't getting pressure on us like that. And so I go back to what the other callers were saying. It's the offense creativity. Like Kellen Moore, he's done, and you guys can, the Tolos, y'all can keep watching. I don't think I'm gonna be watching, man. For betting reasons, I was watching the Houston and Colts game, and I couldn't. And of course, the Colts messed up my little parlay, and I was mad because. Well, I was surprised because I'm like, how is Houston doing this? And after watching the second half, it was Lovie Smith. It was just the way he coached, the way he operated, had Houston operating with Rex Burkhead at running back and no-name wide receivers. And I hate that the Cowboys can't do that, and we always make excuses. And Steven and Jerry got whatever they got going with the personnel, man, to not have your third-round wide receiver playing. And then to have Turpin playing but not put him on offense
Yeah.
And like the guy just said, we didn't do no deep passes, bro. It's Kellen, it's Steven, and if you guys keep watching, basically like if this was a relationship, if y'all stick with this relationship, y'all are crazy and you deserve what you're going to get, Tolos.
Great
That's
call.
all I got to say.
Great call, Dwayne. I'm glad you brought up the P word and the others, the personnel. I'm not giving Kellen Moore a pass. Y'all, and a lot of you knew this in the offseason. This is a personnel problem. You are naked at left tackle. For us not to be talking about Tyler Smith stinking today is a win. Like, that's a lot. We're not talking about Maher, Tyler Smith. Who could have foreseen that? Part of the greatness of sports, the unpredictability. Left guard, problem. Center, problem. Right tackle, problem. Terrence Steele got a humongous pass this offseason because of all the other mess. Terrence Steele was not great to close out last year. Last night, he had the hat trick on one drive. 3 penalties on one drive. Offensive line, problem. Receivers, question mark. Now, CeeDee Lamb's getting crushed by the fan base. I have to see how much special attention and coverage he got before I destroy him. I know there's a drop. I know there's a penalty. But I'm not going to run the guy out of town. He's had a nice start to his Cowboys career. The question moving forward, before we all bail, and I'm going to hold you accountable, you gallopers from last year. I'm going to hold you accountable. I keep receipts. I am petty as a mofo. Y'all know that. How much of a difference is your boy Michael Gallup going to make? Because if he's the truth, like y'all told me when you didn't want to trade him last year for anything, if he's the truth, today's an overreaction. Well, aside from Dak. But if the offense was what it was and Dak was healthy, you would have to call and text and say, we're going to be fine with Lamb, Gallup, Schultz, whatever other receiver, because y'all told me he was the truth. Now that Dak's gone, it's done and over with, but Gallup was going to be a fascinating factor when he came back in a week or two.
I'll say this. To me, this ain't a person. This isn't not a coaching issue. It's a Dak issue. Davis Mills has less to work with. He put up 20 points. Name me one receiver Marcus Mariota plays with.
They faced the I got to look at the Colts defense, but Tampa Bay's got a good D.
Tampa does have a good D. The Saints have a good D?
Yes.
Marcus Mariota put up 26. I couldn't name you one player on his team other than Kyle Pitts.
Your boy Cordero.
Yes.
But you're right. Go ahead, preach.
I mean, who's Lamar working with?
Mark Andrews. Bateman.
Yep.
Now they're facing the Jets.
They are.
Facing the
Baker Mayfield played arguably the most talented team in the NFL, in the Browns. Put up 24. Is Jerry Rice playing for the Panthers? I mean, what are we doing here? This quarterback problem. I love the man. I love Dak Prescott. He's my favorite player in the league. It's been more than 10 games. He had a great stretch to start the year last year. He put up a ton of yards in losing games in 2020 before he got hurt. It's been a couple years now, and he's been inconsistent.
Let's stick with a few more of your calls. We'll take a few more Cowboy calls. We got a Luke Combs ticket giveaway, 877-881-1053, and Brad Sham. Can he try to make this feel better at 8:40? We continue with your Cowboy calls on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way, RJ Choppy. Fan special. Amazing.
Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We got a Luke Combs ticket giveaway this hour to try to remove a little bit of the sting. I mean, of all the things you could have given, did it have to be that bad last night? Some of the Tolos, some of the Longhorn Tolos are laughing at me who don't root for the Cowboys, saying this is what you get. You shinxed the Longhorns. You shinxed Quinn Ewers by talking about how good he looked. So this is what you get with Dak Prescott and your football season over already. Let's see if Brad Sham can try and save this thing coming up at 8:40, the voice of America's team. A few more Cowboy calls here on Sean and RJ, 877-881-1053. Garrett. How about Jason Garrett being the only one to pick the Cowboys last night on NBC? I was also listening to him on the Notre Dame call as the Irish lost on Saturday. Garrett and Wiley, you're live on the Fan. Garrett.
Nothing.
Okay, let's get to, is this Arrington? Is this LeVar? LeVar Arrington in D.C.?
It's Barrington.
Oh, Barrington. That's Peyton's fault, Arrington. My fault.
Yeah, that's all good. Peyton's a good dude. Hey, man, love the show, but I just got a few things to get off my chest. At this point, gentlemen, what do we expect? Right? We have this geriatric selling us a pipe dream every year that we buy into consistently. Nothing changes. Through their mindset, we were going to get better by losing talent. He didn't want to keep Amari because of the vaccination situation. He went against his own motto. He let his money get mad. He could have easily extended him. You let Lyle walk out for a chicken sandwich. Same thing with Amari. What did we expect? Kellen Moore. I had a call talk all earlier about Kellen Moore. I totally agree with what he's saying. Zero creativity. But guess what? We have a head coach on our staff that at one point was one of the best play callers in the league at one point. Why doesn't he take the reins? I tell you why he can't take the reins, because it was a part of the deal of him becoming the head coach. Kellen has to stay. At some point, we have to stop buying into the propaganda and face the facts. This is a mediocre football team. This is a mediocre organization. And the only reason why we stay afloat is because that we are in a terrible conference. But it is typically first round and out. There is nothing else against it. Nothing else to say about it. It is what it is. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you for the call, Barrington. 1053 SS on Twitter. Y'all are keeping me alive. BR, I'd rather throw Will Grier out there. My QB poll question, get someone and try to save the season or take the L's for Team Tank. Got 1,000 votes right now. What do you think? How do you think the Tolos are responding?
Either saying take the L's for Team Tank.
They are. 78-22. 78% take the L's for Team Tank.
That's a lot. That's more than I would expected.
Joshua, everyone wanted to see Dak without Garrett. How's it working out? Someone tweeted Breeze. How'd you like to live in Dallas for the rest of the year? I love this one. This franchise feels like an $8 billion TikTok content generation machine. That's what it feels like. You guys are giving away Cowboys-Bengals tickets last hour. What does the winner get? Zeke out here looking like a Power Ranger with his helmet and his
It looks like a motorcycle helmet. It really did. My kid's like, why is he wearing a motorcycle helmet out there?
Guys, why are we even talking about a Jimmy G trade? Catboy won't allow it. Trey Lance looks like hot garbage. The Niners aren't going to do that. Let's see. Von Miller was saying that Micah got blocked illegally on one of these plays. That's where he got wrecked by Leonard Fournette. Real talk, not overacting, but someone find me a draft preview. Not good. That's from Cedric Wilson, not the Cedric Wilson. Charles in Plano. Charles, you're next up on Sean and RJ, home of the Cowboys.
Hey, guys. I just want to go over these excuses for Dak. Let's look at them real quick.
All
so
right.
you say play calling and creativity is the issue, right? So you have a quarterback missing open receivers. So that means the play calling is getting receivers open. So how is that creativity the issue, right? So then you say, oh, the receivers aren't that good, but they're getting open, and your quarterback is missing them. So if they're not that good, you have to hit them when they're open because they're not going to bail you out later because they're not that good. It's the quarterback. The quarterback, man.
Well, I don't know how open they were. We saw some plays and some passes. Look, man, and ladies, I've said it. I got called a Dak hater for years now. And I made fun of the homers calling them Dak heads. He's not a special thrower of the football. He's a very good player when everything is right around him. That's why I have fun with the nickname Silver Spoon. Silver Spoon Prescott. And he's not going to elevate so mediocre guys, in my opinion. Now, last night was one game, and this front office put a bunch of scrubs out there around him. This is why I kept being alarmed over the Noah Brown, Dennis Houston, Simi Fehoko, Cavante Turpin reports out of Oxnard. I was the only one raising my hand. Like, anyone else problem? Oh, the light went on. Oh, Dak, he just knows where Dennis Houston is going to be. Guys, we're talking about the Dallas Mavericks having a better supporting cast than Dak's weapons while Gallup is out. Actually, I take that back. CeeDee Lamb, Schultz, better than what Luka has to work with. But this is first and foremost, in my opinion, on the front office, because they should know that Dak is not that guy to elevate this type of talent.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it.
I mean, look, it's evident. It was shown around the league. Now, look, I don't want to overreact to one game. Aaron Rodgers could barely muster a point with his wide receiver group, but he lost his top three from last year.
Yeah,
Adams traded, Valdez-Scantling in Kansas City, Lazard hurt out. So like he had nobody. Like literally, he had Robert Tonyan. Like he had literally nobody out there. But Patrick Mahomes, man, put up 44. He loses Tyreek Hill. He lost Tyreek Hill, and he put up 44 points. Against a good team.
Yeah, he wrecked my fantasy team. And there's nothing worse than waking up 0-2 in fantasy after your team loses, gets embarrassed, and loses the quarterback. But yesterday may have been the worst day. Is it the worst day in our decade plus covering this team because it happened in the opener? Alan Waco. Al, you're live on Sean and RJ. Al.
This is Eric.
Eric. Peyton. Come on. Eric and Garland. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. In the words of Nate Diaz, who won this past Saturday, I'm not surprised, MFers. I've been saying for years, Dak is just not it. Like, he's an okay player. To your point, exactly what you said, Sean. He's not good enough to elevate his wide receivers, right? Everything has to be perfect, which is why I was so against him getting that quarterback money. Like, I felt like that's why the Cowboys were hesitant, right? Ultimately, they felt like, well, we have to go with the safe play.
Yep.
And look what that got them. And that's why I was so against re-signing them. I know it's not conventional and, like, oh, what are you going to do? Well, I mean, I'd rather try to find another solution than to be tied to a quarterback that's just not it.
Thank you, Eric. They didn't trust their gut. That initial gut feeling you have and then you change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
I know someone told me that Jerry Jones a couple years ago said in the meeting room to the people in there, are we sure? Are we sure this is their guy? They paid him because they felt like they had to. I support the decision. You cannot go without. That's why Lamar is going to get what he wants ultimately, in my opinion. That's a subject for another day. But the Cowboys had the doubt. And what I didn't understand about the offseason, if you had the doubt, why are you hurting him? Why are you taking away from him? That didn't make any sense. Alan Waco. Al, I think we got you now here on The Fan.
All right, then. All right. Hey, Sean and RJ, how you doing, man? Hey, I've been a Cowboys fan my whole life, man, and I've been noticing something with Dak ever since his rookie year when they got rid of Dez. I believe that was his issue. He can't handle the alpha male wide receiver. That's why we had problem with Dez, Amari Cooper, and while we haven't gotten a alpha
but Al, Amari wasn't an alpha.
Yeah, he was an alpha, man. That's why when he spoke out about getting the ball and he got the ball, he made plays. Then all of a sudden it stopped again and recessed. And then about the play calling, I don't understand why they took the play calling from Jason Garrett and then not also allow McCarthy to call the plays because these guys are pretty good play callers. I don't see Kellen Moore being in that tier at this time. But also, back to the beginning of that career, when he was a rookie, I remember Sean with that silver spoon in his hand. Also, he had his nipple out.
Hey, guys. Al, I hate you. Get out of here. There's Al on the Diamond Factory hotline. Look, Kellen Moore was the next chosen one. Jerry wants to be right. We all know that. Jerry wants to be right. He wanted to be right about Garrett. He wanted to be right about the next whiz kid that the NFL and some colleges fell in love with. And Mike McCarthy could not manage a game overall. So McCarthy not going to call the plays or control the offense because he got to worry about not butchering timeouts or game situations like a lot of other coaches do. And now the question will be, will this and should this buy McCarthy another year? Will this buy him more time? All these topics and questions throughout the entire week. Let's see if Brad Sham can make it feel any better. The voice of America's team next with us.
Let's get you over to
size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals inspires barricades.com.
3rd and 3 for Brady, left to right at his own 48-yard line. 3 receivers left, back and looking over the middle. Ball is dumped over the middle. That might be intercepted.
Yep.
Donovan Wilson has the Cowboys' first takeaway of the night. Don't go anywhere yet.
Hey, we got a highlight.
Hey, yo.
Brad Champ with the call on your home of the Cowboys. They lose 19-3, and they lose their quarterback. It's Sean and RJ, joined by the voice of the boys via the Diamond Factory hotline. Tonight, it's the Cowboys Player Show with Brad. It'll be on 1080 KRLD, our sister station, at 7 o'clock, and DeMarcus Lawrence is the scheduled guest. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Not well. Does it feel like this thing is over before we even really get going with the Dak news?
Well, the gut reaction is, of course, it feels that way, but you just have to restore some perspective. It was one game, and now it's on the coaching staff to figure out ways to get creative with the offense. It's not like they were lighting it up. They all played pretty badly. I say all. I mean, I think there were some linemen who played pretty well, but the receivers obviously weren't getting open. I don't think Dak played very well. They were running the ball with some success early, but you've just got to find a way to use all of your weapons, and they didn't do that. I don't know if they tried or not. I'll look at the tape later, but I don't know what they tried to do, but it wasn't working. So you now have to get creative, and sometimes that's where the old saying, necessity is the mother of invention, comes from. So you've just got to find a way to win a few games and stay in the race until Dak is back, and you'll have probably close to half a season if the projections that I saw are correct. I haven't seen any this morning, but I saw them, last night, and stay relevant and see if you can stay in the chase. That's the challenge now. That's what it's all about. But it's certainly discouraging. There's no question about that.
Brad, has Dak's last 6 to 10 games made you rethink the way you feel about him at all, just in terms of what help he needs? Is he a lead? Can he be great? Is he still the guy? Have you had any second thoughts about that over the last 6 to 10 games?
I haven't had second thoughts about whether he's the guy. I mean, clearly he didn't play well last night, and that was disappointing. And the receivers, I don't think, helped him very much. And then again, I think the coaching staff has to help him. But it's a great opportunity as an organization to say, okay, are we sure that this is the direction that we're comfortable going? And I still would be. I do think that he may need some help, but every quarterback needs some help.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, heck,
Except Patrick Mahomes.
Well, he's got some help.
Some, yeah, he does.
He's got some help. Come on. Every quarterback needs some help. Now, then the great ones. Is he a great one? Well, he has to prove that, and he hasn't proven it yet. But Sean, my answer to your question would be no. I'm still comfortable going with him.
What has been your thought on the way they approach the backup QB, and do you expect them to stick with Cooper Rush?
Well, I think that, I was kind of wondering if they will stick with Cooper Rush. I'm certain in the very short term. It'd be interesting to see if Greer gets a renewed opportunity to compete. When you talk about going outside, really, what are your options?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everyone can think of Garoppolo right away.
Yeah.
But is there anything out there? Keep in mind what the resources will be that you'll have to give up to get someone. And then don't put yourself in the position that we are all in as fans. Think of yourself as you're running a business, and it's going to cost you X to get whatever is out there that you think will be better for the next, what are we saying, 6 to 8 weeks?
Yep.
Okay. What's that going to cost? get him up to speed, and be better with what you have around you, because the receivers are not going to change. So they'll get better. You have to figure out a way to use them better. The young players will be somewhat better. And I still think, I don't know, I can't wait to have a good conversation with Babe about this. He is very much in the mode that this is 2018 pre-Cooper. And I don't feel that way, because they did not, in 2018, they didn't have CeeDee Lamb. And I know that a lot of people, Babe's one of them, thinks that CeeDee Lamb is being a little overvalued. But I think he's pretty good. And they had rookie Michael Gallup, which I think is not as good as, give me, 3 weeks down the road, Michael Gallup. He won't be the same as before his injury right away. But I still think they're better at the receiver position than they were in 2018 when they went out and got, when they had to go out and get Cooper, and that cost, a couple of number ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're better than that. And so I really think it's on the staff to figure out ways to use what they've got.
Speaking of the staff, does this potentially give Mike McCarthy more security, or like job security?
I'm going to say, RJ, it depends how they play. That's a really interesting dynamic that's going on, and he really wants to win here. He really wants to win big here. But I don't know. I don't think Jerry wants to. He certainly doesn't want him to fail, because then if he fails, they all fail.
Right.
And I don't think that he's looking for, I think it would be wrong to say that the front office is looking for a reason to replace him, because if that were the case, they could do it now. And they don't want to do that. So I think it depends on how they play it. You can kind of tell if they really dig deep as a staff, led by him, and they completely maximize everything they've got, all their resources. Defense plays better. They function offensively, and it's happened before with backup quarterbacks in the league. So you can be better than the gut feeling is that you're going to be right when the injury happens. You can. And if they really maximize everything, and you can tell they're getting the most out of it, then I think that he I don't know if it gives him more time, but I think that he wouldn't be viewed as harshly as if they failed with what they had. I think it really depends on how they play.
Brad Sham here on The Fan. Some Tolos want us to ask you whether you think total lack of preseason action contributed at all to last night.
The receivers didn't have, except for Lamb, they didn't have a lack of preseason action. So I understand, and I think if I were coaching a team, I might be tempted to have done it the way they did it. And I would say this, and I really think this is an important part of it. When you say a lack of preseason action, almost none of the people saying that were in Denver and Los Angeles with us to watch those practices. They didn't have a lack of preseason action. They had a lack of snaps in preseason games. And it's a crapshoot in a preseason game. And you really don't want to lose a player in a preseason game that doesn't mean anything in terms of its outcome. If it happens like last night, by the way, anybody talking about Connor McGovern and J-Ron Curse? They had a really bad night.
Yeah.
And if it happens in a game like that, then, okay, that's the sport. And if it happens in a preseason game, well, you're really kicking yourself. And I thought that what they did with the practice in Denver and the two with the Chargers was really pretty smart, because they got really good work and they minimized the injury risk and increased their coaches control for both teams over the pace of things and how it went. So I'm going to say that the absence of those guys playing in preseason games did not contribute to how it looked last night.
What did you think of Tyler Smith at left tackle, and how do you see this playing out with Jason Peters, taking into account the McGovern injury?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think Tyler Smith played pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'll look the tape, but I tried to keep sneaking a look over there, and I know Babe was doing that. And, I think he played pretty well. And so the question becomes, if he played well and he's your left tackle of the future, are you better off leaving him there? I'm intrigued by Farniak. I want to see how he played. He's a really bright young man, and I think he has a chance to be a really serviceable player. Peters, played guard 2 years ago in Philadelphia, so I don't know that he wants to do that, but that's an option. And obviously moving Tyler Smith back into guard and putting Peters at tackle is an option also. But to me, it just feels like if Tyler Smith played pretty well, and I think he did, and that's where you want him to be in the future, why wouldn't you leave him there? And, you have to take a real long look at what you got on the practice squad. I think Alec Lindstrom's a pretty good young interior player who's there, who may be active for a few weeks if McGovern has to go on IR for 4 weeks. If Peters were willing to play guard, which is, it's not his favorite, but he did do it a couple of years ago. And I say it's not his favorite. I've never asked him that. But that might be a way to go, because I just think having him around, he's already made Tyler Smith better. I promise you, just by being in practices, being in meetings. And Tyler Smith is smart enough to know what a great teacher he has, because Tyron's just not available right now because of the injury and rehab schedule. So they'll have two great teachers, but, that's a masterclass, Jason Peters. And if there's a way to get him on the field at left guard, I don't think I'd be opposed to that, depending how Farniak played. He's a young player, too. I'm not sure I'd want to take away from that development if you thought you could function with him.
Thank you, brother. Have a good show with Tank tonight.
Okay, boys. Have a good one. Thank you.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, every single Monday on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's take a little break and go around the rest of the NFL, including the worst way possible for the division to start off. Mm-hmm. And does the Aaron Rodgers game make you feel any better about what happened to the Cowboys offense last night? That's next with Sean and RJ. 1 hour to go on a Cowboys Monday around the NFL. Next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4th and 2 Chiefs at the Cardinal 4. Swing it right side, Edwards-Helaire, angling, inside, touchdown! Kansas City inside the near front pylon. 3 drives, 3 touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
No. No fist pump. No Corey Majors. Do not go and get that beef jerky that Scott got from us. You know this place? The only thing that can maybe improve my mood, my kid got me sick after his first week in school. I'm miserable. Looking at the Cowboys season moving forward. And thanks to Scott Long for hooking us up with the Bartonville store.
Oh, yeah. Well, right up there on 407 in Argyle, Barton. Well, it's Bartonville, but Argyle area. It is tremendous.
They got the barbecue coming in. You're a big jerky guy. You're crushing this one.
Love jerky. Big fan of jerky.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine, Colin, can't really eat meat anymore. He's had some health problems, so he
got the gout.
But he still loves to hunt. Well, got me some jerky one time. Deer, and I was like, "Oh, babe, this is good stuff. Good stuff." And then this in here, Bartonville store. Holy cow!
Peppery, tastes awesome.
Very peppery. Yeah.
They're gonna have the fan barbecue appearance this Saturday, 1 to 4, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door. Corey Majors, I don't want you touching my barbecue either after you unleashed Patrick Mahomes on me for that straight ass whipping in fantasy. Not fun. How did your fantasy teams do in the radio station league? Peyton, you start off.
I think it comes down to tonight. I have Tyler Lockett, and I think the guy I'm facing, Ruben, has DK Metcalf, and then the Broncos kicker. So I need a little bit of a low-scoring game, but a lot of catches for Tyler Lockett.
Who balled out for you over the weekend?
Ooh, Kyler Murray got 21, I think. I mean, I think that's it, though. I mean, I didn't really have a whole lot from my running backs. I think I have Cam Akers, maybe. Got me a whole 0 points. Not good.
You?
Let's see.
You had Cooper Kupp.
I had Cooper Kupp.
Destroy.
He had a very good game. I am going to lose to Chiafalo. I'm going to lose this game.
He had Josh Allen.
He had Josh Allen. I'm going to wind up losing by like 8 points. It was close. But yeah, he had Josh Allen, and I think he also had he had Michael Pittman Jr., who put up a big day.
Yep.
But yeah, Cooper Kupp, then Justin Herbert didn't put up enough for me.
All right. Oh,
I had Fournette. Fournette couldn't get in the end zone.
Fournette couldn't get in the end
I
zone.
had Mike Evans. That one-handed catch helped me a little bit.
Patrick Mahomes throws 5 touchdown passes against my squad. 30 of 39 for 360. Kelsey, 8 for 21. Juju, 6 for 79. Valdez-Scantling, 4 for 44. And Kyler Murray on the other side, not studying for the game. 193 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The Arizona Cardinals got stomped. They got smashed in this one. 44-21. What else jumped out to y'all in around the NFL here on Sean and RJ? That was Mahomes. I just had to start with that because I don't want Corey getting any barbecue after his squad beat me down. But I thought the most discouraging NFC East result took place in Tennessee. You had the Eagles beating the Lions on the road. Jalen Hurts running. A.J. Brown over 150 yards. That's not a good sign. Carson Wentz, 4 touchdowns. I thought Wentz was going to Wentz with the 2 interceptions, back-to-back possessions, and I'm like, there it is. Enjoy that, DC. Leading to 10 unanswered points from the Jags. They had the lead. And then Wentz found Jahan Dotson. Man, did you draft him in fantasy? He had 2 touchdowns coming out of Penn State. But I thought the biggest win in the division on the day came from the Meatballs.
Jones in a shotgun set. 3 receivers right. Jones takes the snap, rolls right, shovel pass for Barkley. Barkley in for the 2-point conversion. A little shovel pass to Saquon, and then he did the rest, taking on defenders, and the Giants have the lead 21-20 with 1:06 to go.
That's playing to win there, Bob.
Saquon Barkley with the winning 2-point conversion. He just made that play. 18 for 164. We haven't seen that from Saquon in about 3 years as the Tennessee Titans miss a 47-yard field goal and lose to the Giants in Tennessee. They're calling him Brian Dayballs.
Dayballs.
Because the guts of going for 2, and it paid off, giving it to Saquon, and he won the game for him with that.
What a crushing victory. Crushing victory for us to see the Giants. Because Tennessee is a team that many think are, it's either them or the Colts coming out of the South. There's really nobody else. And that's a good win. Dude, Tennessee has been
very good win.
The most probably outside of Kansas City, they've been the most consistent AFC team over the last 4 years. Over the last 4 years, they've been the most consistent AFC team outside of KC.
1 seed last year.
They were the 1 seed last year.
They lost AJ, but
yep, they went to the AFC Championship game a couple years ago. They've been a consistent team, and this was a great win.
I just don't like this. I like this the least because of the new excitement, new regime. All the meatballs that I went to college with in New York and Jersey are lighting up my cell phone, especially after the Cowboys got humiliated, by far the worst week 1 of anybody. And are they feeling great in the district?
Jacksonville brings 6. He throws a fade towards Dotson and fights for it and makes a catch! Unbelievable catch by Dotson! Touchdown, Washington!
So that's the call on Commanders Radio. What'd you think of Carson Wentz against Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, you throw 4 touchdowns, you have a nice little comeback in the end. That's a good performance by him.
Yesterday,
it really was.
That's just a total Carson day.
It was. He could look like a really good quarterback and a really bad quarterback on the same play.
Yeah. You saw the ability and the skill in the throws.
Sure.
You saw the disaster with the turnovers.
Yeah, you did. There's both of that. Carson.
But they're going to be better than last year because Wentz is better than Heineke. I missed on Wentz. I was wrong on Wentz, but they're better at quarterback than they've been.
He did have an undercover decent year last year. They didn't ask him to do a lot.
Yeah, safe.
I think the teams have kind of it was undercover halfway decent. And if he does that again this year, I mean, they could be a pain in the butt. I don't think they're a playoff team. They could be. Hey, look, everybody in the East is a playoff team now. Everybody in the East is a playoff team now.
Yeah, for those Tolos that were going, when I said be thankful you're in the NFC East, this is before Dak got hurt. Oh, you mean the division that won all their games? All right. I was getting ready to bet money. I'm not going to a Dak hurt.
They did have 2 playoff teams last year.
But go ahead and lay down some money and bet that you think the NFC East will be, a major playoff factor, especially DC or the Giants. I picked the Eagles to win the division with the Cowboys going 8-9. But come on, the Lions faced the Eagles and Jacksonville played the Commanders. So miss me with all that undefeated. Ooh, the undefeated division.
Undefeated.
Twitter was loving Justin Herbert, some of the throws he made. Darts.
Yeah.
Absolute darts as the Chargers beat the Raiders 24-19. How about Khalil Mack getting 3 sacks, including a game clincher against his former team? The last one should have been a penalty. He grabbed Carr's face mask or hit him in the helmet. Whichever flag you wanted to throw. Choppy, they did this with Keenan Allen. Justin Herbert had 85 QBR, 3 touchdowns, with Keenan Allen banged up and Mike Williams getting 2 catches. And Herbert was still spreading it around everywhere. By the way, Devontae 10 for 141 in his Raiders debut. But Khalil Mack, ending this thing against one of his former teams. Herbert and his arm talent was being tweeted everywhere.
Yeah, it was. He's got a great arm. He's got a cannon.
Special.
It's not. Is it Josh Allen's arm? No, but nobody's really is. It's close.
It could be close.
It might be. I mean, it might be right there. But I mean, the dude's got all the tools, every single tool. Like the only reason why he was drafted 6th and not 1st is probably because people don't trust Oregon quarterbacks. After Mariota and Joey Harrington and it's like Joey Harrington was a long time ago. But still, the point is like, he there's no reason looking back. Man, how was he not picked number 1?
9 different receivers. Derek Carr had 3 interceptions. So there you go. Of course, you had the chaos in the early games. From about 2:45 to 3:45, I couldn't breathe. I was in love all over again. Just obsessed with my NFL, with the Bengals and the Steelers going back and forth. All the Cincy turnovers, block extra points, missed field goals, TJ Watt destroying La'el Collins, eventually tearing, they think, his pectoral muscle. You had the Falcons choke away the Saints game. Jameis and Jarvis Landry setting that up. The Browns almost choked away their win over Carolina. Baker almost had his revenge, but Cleveland kicks the 58-yarder. All this is happening at the same time. You thought Jamar Chase won it at the buzzer. Minka got that extra point. McPherson misses after a high snap. Steelers win, as I said. Colts miss wide right. Lovie Smith playing for a tie at midfield. Playing for a tie as the Colts and the Texans tie in overtime. And that all happened. The early games ended at 3:46 p.m. after the Steeler Classic. But that was nuts. And then a lot of Tolos are asking, should we feel different about the Cowboys offense and Dak's game when he was healthy after Aaron Rodgers and the Packers against Minnesota? Michael Irvin's Minnesota Vikings.
Should we feel differently about it? Well,
Rodgers struggled.
He struggled.
He stunk. They scored 7 points. Minnesota's defense is not as good as Tampa's. Rodgers, 195 yards, no touchdowns. You see the glare he gave after one of those receivers dropped a wide-open touchdown. And then you saw Rodgers going after Zadarius Smith. Zadarius Smith said, I only signed with Minnesota to get revenge on Green Bay. I don't like the way they sent me out. And Rodgers tried to run up and hit Zadarius Smith. And Zadarius is a big man.
Big dude.
Cracked Rodgers, and Aaron then stumbled afterwards and fell to the ground. He got destroyed yesterday by the Vikings.
Well, look, the Rams offense did nothing this week. The Packers offense did nothing this week. The genius Kyle Shanahan's offense did nothing this week. The Patriots offense did nothing this week. I mean, all those teams either have A, really good quarterbacks, or B, people that you believe to be elite head coaches. And nobody did anything. None of those teams did anything. The Rams have people who think a really good quarterback and an elite head coach, and the Packers have a really good quarterback, and the Niners, everybody thinks Kyle Shanahan's an elite head coach. And, of course, the Patriots, they had a first-round quarterback and an elite head coach, and they did nothing. They did nothing. We are going to focus on the Cowboys because of what we do, but the reality is there were a lot. This is week 1, okay?
Any preseason hangover stuff.
Could be a preseason hangover, but also, we will overreact to week 1 more than we will overreact to any other week throughout the course of the season.
Yep.
It's not even close. Week 1 results, good or bad, stay with teams far too long than they should. The perception of blank.
Green Bay got destroyed last year. Everyone forgets.
The 38 Saints?
By the Saints. Got taken apart.
And I believe they were the 1 seed. They'll be fine. They'll all be fine. Now, maybe not us because we got Cooper Rush.
All right, there it is around the NFL here on Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks to Miller Lite for the Cowboys-Bengals ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. Another Tolo won Luke Combs tickets. Our way of saying thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, even though it is a disaster to start the year. Nick Eatman picked the Cowboys to beat the Bucs in a blowout. I want him to answer the poll question. What do y'all want them to do at quarterback? Cooper Rush, take the L's, and team tank? or go and make a call for Jimmy G, Cam, and somebody else. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next.
Frankel. And Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's on his hand in the thumb area. I mean, it's a significant injury. Once we get all the facts, we'll get that to you. I mean, like I said, he hasn't even seen a doctor yet.
These ought to be fun Fridays.
Oh, yeah.
With Mike McCarthy every morning at 6:30. Jerry Jones ought to be in a great mood tomorrow at 8:30 after Dak Prescott breaks his thumb out 6 to 8 weeks. And he may as well have not played last night with the way that offense performed. Cowboys 0-1, about to get much, much worse. That was McCarthy after the game, as we were all trying to be lip readers, right? Dak goes to the sideline. Some tollers were like, I think one of the team doctors or Dak just said broken. And I couldn't tell for sure. Dak runs off the field, and then NBC kept their cameras on McCarthy after the game, and that's when you knew. He's talking to one of the trainers, and he gives that, you got to be kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be kidding me look. And then Jerry confirms afterwards that Dak is gone for a while and will need surgery today.
Yep, it was one of those Romo smiles, those Romo laughs where he would throw an interception or get sacked or a fumble, whatever it was. And it was like one of those, God, again, really? You got to be kidding me. It's like, it's not a laugh, but people will say, oh, he's laughing. No, that wasn't a laugh. That was a, you got to be kidding me smile.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Could that have been any worse, Nick?
No, at all. I mean, I'm so glad I saw this one coming. It can't get worse. It really can't get worse than that. Playing like crap for 3.5 quarters, can't do anything, and even your field goal was a fluke. Because if you looked at how they operated in that first drive, they threw every trick play in the book that they could come up with pretty much, and it managed the 51 or 51 yard field goal. So you knew right then that they were in trouble because they know they're in trouble. And so,
do you view it like that? If you throw out trick plays like that early, you're desperate.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've seen enough Texas Tech games, and no disrespect to them, but I've seen them. I've seen them in games, and I'm just using them as an example because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen them just run like the double reverse pass on the first play of the game, and the coach tells his players, "Hey, I believe in this. We're pulling out all the stops." But the reality is we can't win this game.
Yeah.
And they go out and they do that. And I'm just using them as an example, but I thought the same thing when that happened. I thought, oh man, this isn't a fun new offense. This is all we've got here. And when that stopped, then obviously the points stopped as well. But then you lose your quarterback, and you don't, your backup was on the practice squad all week because they don't really believe anybody else would want him,
Yep.
And so, not to mention that everyone else in the division wins. So it's really not it can't be a great Monday for anybody there at the Star.
Do they go out and shop for a quarterback, or do they sit here and take their lumps with Cooper Rush until Dak returns?
I think there's a combination of both. I think you do. I mean, it's got to make sense. I mean, you can't just be trading for whoever.
Garoppolo.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the market price is for that. I mean, I'm sure it's not cheap, especially if you're desperate. But I think they will add. They have to add somebody. I don't believe it's just going to be Rush and Greer. I believe they add someone, but I mean, for this game and maybe the next two games, it's got to be, it's got to be Cooper Rush or Greer. I mean, it's not like this wasn't a coin flip decision, at the end of training camp. I think there's people in the building that really like Greer better. So, I think it might just be a combination of the two. Wow.
Because even if you get somebody, I mean, we're talking like week 5 before they're up to speed, week 4.
Right. I mean, yeah, and by then we're hearing how Dak is hitting every benchmark and he's looking good, and it could be earlier than expected. I mean, we're hearing all that too. So, I mean, and then who's to say what this team looks like? The only saving grace here, I think, is the fact that like your defense is a defense that should be able to keep you in games, and they did it last night. I mean, I thought Cowboys weren't doing anything, and at least, I mean, they're down 16 points. It felt like 100 points they were down.
Yep.
Like, there's no way you're getting a touchdown. There's no way you're getting into that blue area there, that end zone, 4 times with two-point conversions and 2 touchdowns. And it wasn't happening.
No.
But I think the defense played well and could maybe keep you in games. This 2-week thing for Jason Peters has got to end. Like, I mean, you got to be ready to play now, I would think. And there's a clear spot for it because I would imagine Tyler Smith would slide down to guard, and with McGovern out. I mean, just looking, if you're in the locker room last night, at one point I just kind of glanced over and I saw 3 things in one corner of the locker room. Dak was staring into space with his thumb taped up. Here comes J-Ron Kearse with crutches, and Connor McGovern's limping around in a walking boot. And I don't know where Basham was, but he could barely stand as well. It's like, man, I mean, and to think it was 19-3 and the game wasn't even that close.
What was the mood in there?
Just like a funeral. I mean, it wasn't good. I mean, everyone kind of could see when it's week 1 and you're like, this is bad. I mean, it's not. And where's the side to get better? It's not just because Michael Gallup could be playing next week or Jason Peters might help you on the line. I mean, those are good things to have. But I think the fact that, this team was banking on Dak carrying the load, and now he can't even carry his own backpack right now because it's a tough blow.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline from DallasCowboys.com. I'm going to give you 3 offensive points from the Tolos. You just touch on them however you want. Dak as the guy, CD as the number 1, and Tony Pollard creativity.
All right, Dak as the guy. I can't sit here and say that. Wow, it just seems like the sky's falling because your quarterback is out, and then to come back and say, well, he's not the guy. I mean, he's the guy because they've made him the guy. Is he good enough for it? Is kind of what you're asking. I think I've said it all along. He needs adequate help. He needs more help than this. He needs an offensive line with guys that have actually played in games before and played well. So I certainly think he can be the guy. He's got to have a much better supporting cast than what he's got. And I think that they put way too much pressure on him to do that. And that goes to the second point of CD Lamb. I mean, there was no separation. And sure there might be better matchups out there, but that was the biggest question mark is, can he be the number 1 guy? And it scared me. Remember we talked about it Friday. It scared me when Cooper Kupp had some issues. He still caught some passes, but he got some issues with just being the only one. And I was like, he's a better route runner than CD. So that was a concern. Right now, CD has not shown that anything to be that number 1. We'll see what happens with other matchups. And Tony Pollard, I think we've seen why he was a backup for a while. He's a really good backup running back with juice. The reason why he doesn't play a lot was very evident in that game. He cannot stand in there and block at all, and he is a liability for that. And I don't think he's a receiver yet. I mean, I thought they tried some things with him, but I think I'm not saying the experiment should be over. They got to figure out some things with Pollard, but I think this keeping these 2-back systems and letting him come in at times is probably the best thing. But being on the field a lot, certainly wasn't a great thing for Pollard.
Does this buy Mike McCarthy another year?
I don't think it buys anybody anything, honestly. I really don't. I don't think it. I've seen that happen. We've seen it happen with Garrett and Romo, but I don't necessarily think so. That it buys anybody extra time. I don't believe that. I think they're going to try to see how this goes. But I will say this: tomorrow morning at 8:30. You're going to have a lot more optimism than you think, and you know.
Oh hell yeah, absolutely.
Well, you know that. I'm just saying that it's a lot more optimism than 8:30 this morning, and that's Jerry. I was a little surprised that like the second question yesterday to him was about 1 and 1 equals 3. I didn't think that a reporter would take it there as he just announced that there's a broken thumb, but his optimism will be on display. I would imagine tomorrow.
Give me The realistic and the best case scenario through the following schedule. Cincy at home.
Yeah.
At the Giants. Commanders at home. At the Rams, at the Eagles. Lions and Bears at home.
All those teams look good. All those teams look better than the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
Most of them have a better record too. But even in defeat, I mean, the Lions looked pretty good. I thought. And
but Nick, if I'm going to ask for this to happen, give me Giants, Commanders, Lions, Bears as 4 of the 6 games before Dak could come back.
Yeah. You have to wait, and you have to lead, and you have to lean on your best player. And your best player was your best player. And Trappy, you were right. You were right last year. You're right now. He's a defensive end. He's got to be. He's got to be a defensive end.
Yes.
And I fought it long enough. I don't know if the Cowboys are fighting it, but he's a defensive end. And that was very clear in that game. And that's where now there might be times where he does other things and flows around because he can. But he's got to be rushing from that edge, or at least he's got to find the weak spot. And sometimes it could be the interior of the line. But I mean, whatever it is, I mean, he has the ability to find it and exploit it. I thought he did that, and that's what has to happen. I'm not trying to avoid the question. Best case scenario is this defense absolutely balls out, makes turnovers. Doesn't have to face a GOAT every single week at quarterback. Maybe can turn him over a little bit more, get some sacks. Stay in the game, and maybe they shorten the game with a little bit more of a running attack. I think this offensive line, Steele is a better run blocker than he is a pass blocker. I think this team, if Peters can get in there, Tyler Smith, you're going to have a strong left side. I think you can shorten games and maybe stay in it with the defense. You got to turn the ball over. You got to make your field goals. I mean that's kind of the best case scenario. I think you can maybe win half of those games, but that's very realistic at this point.
Thank you, brother. I'll be hitting you up after the show. Nick Eatman.
All right.
Football depressed like the rest of us. From DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Oh, man, what's Mike Bassett going to be saying? He's in a suit. He's in a shirt and tie.
Oh, he's got Rangers.
He's in a shirt
doubleheader today
and tie as we crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Can Corey Majors spin this one around? Let's find out next. But first, I just got the heads up from DFW Security till Saturday. It's going down till Saturday, the Tolo Special. If you call and upgrade your security system for probably the same price. Peace, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. And thanks to Scotty Long and a member of our fan barbecue tour for bringing in the burnt ends this morning. And that is the Bartonville store and Jeter's Meat Shop. And, of course, they're going to have a fan barbecue appearance this Saturday, 1 to 4, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Me and Reggie will be there. That'll be me and Reggie hanging out on there on Saturday. So I'm looking forward to everybody coming out and seeing us. By the way, Sean, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
Please.
Stephen Jones at 11, allegedly, today. So Stephen Jones at 11 o'clock.
Time to execute.
And we're giving away Cowboys tickets today during the show to the Bengals game.
Execute Stephen or?
No,
my gosh.
All they have to do next week is execute better.
What are y'all's questions? Because yesterday I had to fight the usual, 4 or 5 trolls who were like, will you finally ask the hard ones to Jerry? You all finally going to tell him? What are y'all going to ask Steven? Kevin, what are you going to?
Well, actually, from like an informational standpoint, I just really want to know like how they got the info about Dak. What was his initial reaction, and like what do they do after that? Do they start?
Wait, you mean his ankle popping or?
No. His hand.
When they lied to us about that again?
Yeah, it was not a big deal. Don't worry about that. And then also, I'm just generally curious, like, if he thinks the NFL is a week-by-week proposition always, or how many of the things that he see in week 1 that he thinks are going to be problematic throughout the rest of the year and what they might do about those.
What was your emotion during that? I want to see what stage of grief you're in.
Oh, none at all.
Acceptance?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you dressed up really nice for it. So.
I know. I got a doubleheader to do
like
today.
A funeral today.
But I'm just like, I know they said, was that the Cowboys they were walking with all the guards?
No, that was the Queen, Mike.
I thought that was the season.
Wow.
But I love your tweet, and it makes me wonder about a quarterback replacement. Basically, you said, and you guys answer this, by week 5, will we be the headline on all the NFL shows still?
Yes. Because by that time, Jerry can start making the decision on McCarthy. He can start looking. Jerry will find a way. He'll find some way to create a storyline. And it's not going to be what the play on the field is. It's going to be everything else that's going on outside of the field.
I think he's probably right. And RJ, did you already say no?
I can't. I refuse to fire a coach who loses his quarterback.
That's fine that you can refuse
I just
to do that.
I mean, look, and I'm trying to change the world here.
Okay.
I
appreciate
don't
that,
think
Chuck.
it's fair. I don't think you can make decisions that are that important.
What about the rest of the game before the quarterback was hurt?
I mean, they're going to fire LaFleur in Green Bay. Are they going to let him go?
Well, no, but they have more of a track record, right?
Of what? Failing in the playoffs?
I mean, but at least they sometimes do something in the playoffs.
He did just go 12-5.
That is true. So you're good with keeping him, even though we failed in a home playoff game.
So did LaFleur in back-to-back years. I'm not defending Mike. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
if you do have 4 years and 2 are without your starting quarterback, you can make the case
3 years
that should keep you employed.
This is your 3.
3 years.
Well, that's if you think that Jerry wanted him in the first place, which he didn't.
Yeah.
He got sold him by Steven.
Who do you think Jerry wanted?
He wanted Sean Payton the entire time. He tried to make a trade for him then. But it just didn't work out because of the New Orleans Pelicans at the time. So, like, Jerry's wanted this guy to be his coach for a very long time. And I still go back to the idea that Jerry was sitting at the end of the bar and Steven walked up and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go ahead and close it." And Jerry went, "Okay." That's how Mike McCarthy became the head coach. He's just been waiting for, okay, let's see if this thing works. If he wins, this is great for us because the future's built with Steven and all these things can be good. But if he loses, I don't have patience for that.
And it's just a PSA, the reason why we talk about these things, because I get so tired of people who are like, what you need to do is get rid of Jerry and Steven. Cool. We literally have asked them that multiple times, and Jerry said, it's never gonna happen. So I'm with you. I'm not here to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do something, but it's never gonna happen. So you have to deal with things that could actually happen.
So to my point, that my opinion on Bassick's point is, let's just say they're awful and they're 1-4.
And averaging 13 points a game.
If that takes, if there's a fear that takes them out of the headlines, which it could, does that force Jerry to like be more aggressive with a quarterback solution?
At that point, it's too late, right? If you're 1-4, Dak's coming back in 2 weeks.
Do you think you have to like make the decision today? Because I mean, I was listening to what y'all were talking about and where the fans were in terms of like tanking out the season, everything like that. But do you have to make a decision like today on Garoppolo?
Right.
Or whoever the hell you think it is. If you want to go to Tyler Huntley or Brett Huntley or whoever the hell it is.
Garoppolo might be getting his job back in San Francisco.
Man, that's a good ass point.
Fitzpatrick, Breeze, Cam being thrown out there.
Breeze?
Let's go.
Wow. I'd take Breeze over the others.
What about Manziel?
God, no.
There you go.
It's time. Or Tebow.
To me, you got to make a decision on the QB like within the next 10 days in terms of like going to find, if you want to find a new one. Because the longer you wait, let's just say you bring somebody in here off the street. Let's just say it's Fitzpatrick. Even though he went to Harvard, it's going to take him, 3 weeks to pick up the playbook?
So, but you, in this scenario, because you said 10 days, you give Cooper Rush one start just to be like, hey, I mean, we'll give it a shot.
Probably all the starts.
Yeah, probably all. Because either way,
he's saying you bring in Fitzpatrick in week 2 or 3 or someone.
Yeah.
It takes him 2 or 3 weeks to learn the offense. Dak's back.
Yeah, Dak's back then.
If it's 6 to 7 weeks.
The one thing I have broken my thumb there is in basketball in high school.
In the base, the deep part.
I broke it right here.
Yeah.
And I know you have to be on the fan cam, which we do have 328 people right now on Twitch. Is
because you're dressed nice.
Your hand is so weak once the cast comes off.
Your hand's
not my
so
left.
like 4 to 5 weeks. Usually, I don't know. They'll probably take it off earlier. Done that before. Is you just have to your hand strength and his throwing hand, gripping a football and everything. It'll be how quick can he get that strength back to grip the ball. So I do think 6 weeks is being very optimistic on taking a cast off and then a week later or so his hand strength being strong enough to grip that football and throw it the way that you would like for him to throw it.
Who dodges more of a bullet last night? McCarthy with his job status, not having his starter, or Dak from his status as the guy if he was healthy and kept playing?
Dak. I don't think McCarthy dodges a bullet at all. I think he's under as much pressure because they look poor. They look poor beforehand. Yeah. So I think McCarthy's still under fire. Dak can step away and be like, well, these things were this, and yeah, he's fine.
That is super weird to me. Like, I think you're probably right, but I think that's a weird deal is because 2 seasons ago, he missed most of the season because he got hurt. Last year, everyone was like, well, yeah, the first half of the season before he got hurt, he was really good. And now guess what? He's hurt again. And so, I think that's a weird deal if he gets a pass on that.
1,600 total votes, 75% with the next quarterback or quarterback decision. Take the L's, tank it out. 25%, get someone and try to keep it alive in the division.
What were the next thoughts behind that? Tank it out and draft a quarterback number 1 and take the $80 million hit on his salary cap with Dak after that? Or?
I think you can get out of it next year.
After
next year.
Yeah,
so
and then it's still 30. It's still 30.
Everybody want Bryce Young after that performance?
It's
CJ Stroud, isn't he the guy considered a better quarterback, or am I crazy?
He's Ohio State.
Stroud's up there.
He's up there. Dak's got a $52 million regular cap hit in 24. His dead cap's 39, so you would save like $13 million. But look, you think it's bad now? His cap hit combined over the next 2 years is $101 million.
Yep.
But we were all thinking just redo it. But that's if you wanted to keep him.
They will.
Dak's the quarterback for the next 6 to 8 years, like it or not.
And if he is, if they know that, then they need to restructure every year.
You think that's fact?
That takes way too much work. I mean, and I'm dead serious. This organization,
spring break coming up.
This organization is not going to do. It might work out for San Francisco. It might not. They are not going to go. It's not good enough. We want to win it. For Jerry and Steven, it's good enough as long as you're around 500. Some years you're better. Some years you're around. That's fine. That's as hard as they want to work.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. Stephen Jones next with the KMC masterpiece on a disastrous Nightmare Monday right here on The Fan.
Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
For over 150 years, CIBC has helped people go from where they are to where they want to be. From leading a few employees to managing an entire workforce. From starting local to going national. From generating wealth to generations of wealth. At CIBC, we believe a bank should take you from where you are to wherever you want to be. CIBC, ambitions made real. CIBC Bank USA, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Your turn it on, leave in a home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down 10, Elliott to Prescott's left. Bucks showing a four-man front. Prescott is changing the play. And the center is changing the protection. Now they show blitz. Don't blitz, four-man rush. Prescott with time, rolls right, throws it out, intercepted. Picked off down the left side. It's Antoine Winfield.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is one way to give you an indication of how it went for the Cowboys yesterday. Here is my interpretation of, let's just say you missed the entire Cowboys game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Here is, maybe not, we're maybe having some audio difficulties, which makes sense.
The Gators!
Yeah, or it just could be carryover. Maybe the Cowboys stink from yesterday's game has carried over
More preseason
into the audio. But
more preseason.
Yeah, remember how good we were when we played against ourselves?
Oh, he's got a fix.
Dude.
I got that part.
Guys.
So many people hoping that I wouldn't be here because I quit because Turpentine turned into Deion Sanders 2.0.
Name a person that hopes that.
Oh, there's plenty.
Kevin.
He took it to the 13.
Yes.
Did you say Kevin?
No. I thought that was a question. Okay.
As you were walking out, Kevin goes, fingers crossed. And I was like, oh my God.
I thought that was a question as if you were about to ask me something. No, I did not. I made it very clear. I wanted him to return that first one back so you would have to sweat and we would score points.
Let's go to the positives. When the game started off, before anything had happened, and Tampa kicked off, and the ball did not go out of the end zone, and it was right about the end zone 1 yard line, I was like, oh, he's returning it. And so I thought to myself, oh, this is going to happen. Like, there's a chance it's not just going to be a kneel down ball at the 25. And then he got tackled at the 13. And I thought, dang it, Dion Turpentine didn't do it.
It was disappointing, and that was but the start of a day that was filled with disappointment. Our question, 877-881-1053, for better or worse, okay, mostly worse, what are your complete overreactions to the Cowboys opener? And then things were bad enough, and then Dak got hurt, and you could see Mike McCarthy mouthing some things that made it feel like, he's really, really hurt. Do you want to start? I guess you have to start with Dak. Let's go ahead and go to, do you want to do cut 9 or 10? Let's hear from Jerry on cut 9 on Dak being out and it being a bad day for the Cowboys.
Tremendously disappointing way for us to start the year. Everybody is disappointed about that. I'm particularly disappointed for our fans. Dak will be out for a little while, and so we'll be dealing with that as well. So this was a really tough night for the Cowboys, but and a really surprising night. But of course, really add to it right there at the end to lose him for several weeks. We'll see more about how many weeks that may be.
And then the early results or thoughts are, although they're doing more tests this morning to get us more information, but the thought now, Schefter and Archer were saying maybe closer to 6 to 8 weeks, because it went from a few weeks surgery above his thumb, then to, probably 3 to 4 weeks. And now overnight, it's sort of changed to 6 to 8 weeks. Was that the topper to a just abysmal game across the board?
Yeah, that it was the topper. That definitely was.
The cherry on top.
No, well, it's not a good cherry, but yeah, absolutely, that's what it was. Yeah. Man, I thought there were opportunities later in the game to do something, like maybe make something special happen, and you didn't get that because Dak gets hurt. And Cooper Rush, as far as he was throwing the ball, it was too far every time, and that was a problem. The idea of, hey, we got to go to the run game. Kevin, Ezekiel Elliott ran for 5.2 yards per carry.
Wow.
And that's pretty good.
Yeah, I did think there was a couple of stretches where he moved into the second level better than we had seen at chunks of times the last 2 years. Like, I know it's hard to find positives out here, like Micah and what else you got, but there were a couple of times where I thought Zeke moved into the second level better than I had seen it for a while.
He had 10 touches from the backfield though. Like that's like that's effective.
10 carries.
Yeah, 10 carries. That's effective running. That's what we were asking for. If you're going to say you're going to do it effectively, and they were doing it 5. Leonard Fournette was 6. Okay, that's fine. Tony Pollard, 6 carries, 2 targets. What happened there?
How many of those carries were regular carries, and how many of them were like
it was
fanciful?
1.3 yards per carry,
Okay,
and the trick plays sucked. They weren't even good trick plays. They were bad.
And they were scripted in, right? Because we all understand with football, like the first drive at least is pre-scripted. They kind of have an idea of what they're doing coming out. And they scripted a double reverse that went for like a 7-yard loss or something.
Man, if Tony Pollard can run the way he blocks, nobody's ever going to get him.
No, yeah, he was bad at that.
He is really good at avoiding linebackers and defensive linemen when it comes to actually having to pick somebody up.
So, yeah, man, there were things offensively that I was looking at going, okay, there are positives, but everything else was negative, man. Okay, hold on. I had a few questions, Kevin, to start this thing off. Before the season, can Dak find a number 2 receiver? Did that question get answered yesterday?
Yes, we don't have one. Michael Gallup is hopefully the answer in week 3 or 4 or 5.
And how tough is that real quick? Because Michael Gallup is a good player, but man, oh man, looking across Twitter timelines last night, you would be like, well, at least we have prime Jerry Rice coming back. Like 1988 Jerry Rice is coming back. When I like Michael Gallup. He's a good player. And maybe he is prime Jerry Rice compared to like the separation we saw from the wide receiving core last night. But there was a lot of projection, a lot of expectations on Michael Gallup.
Well, the other thing, too, is Dak, I know he's not playing anytime soon, but he would also have to be accurate enough for Michael Gallup to catch the ball.
That was the other addition to that question. Can Dak find a number 2 receiver? He couldn't. Like he was bad on some of these throws. Early, that scripted first run that they had there were some throws that you were like, okay, good. Nice 7-yard pass there. Hey, nice 7-yard run there. That was nice. And then all of a sudden it's like, Dak, who are you even throwing to, man? Why? What's going on? Where's our quarterback? Where's our franchise QB? And I guess the two things that can be true, Mike, Dak was poor. Tampa Bay was good defensively. Like those two things can be
Both
true at the exact same time, and that's how
yeah.
you get 3 points. Like that's how Dak wasn't good, the offense wasn't good, and Tampa Bay was good defensively last night, which we expected Tampa Bay to be. Did they get to the number, Mike, that you had predicted, or were they way below the number of points that you had predicted for a total?
Oh, actually, I said 20 would win this game.
Yeah. Okay,
and obviously 4 would have won it. But
no, we still needed to score 20 points.
Oh yeah, but the Cowboys, if they would have scored 20, would have had a chance. But obviously, the last 10 minutes of the game, Tampa's trying to run out the clock. They're not trying to score anymore. And I know people have talked to everybody's trying to score all the time. And what I've tried to, I guess, say, which I'm not saying it well enough for everybody to understand, when you're going against a team that's bad offensively, and look, I was wrong last year. I thought the Cowboys wouldn't be that great defensively. They were really good defensively last year. But the Cowboys look bad offensively, and now we know they're going to be really bad offensively for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Is you don't have to push the ball or force things because that could create a turnover, which could put you in an unfavorable situation. And so Tampa, for the last 10 minutes of the game, so people understand, they weren't trying to really score anymore. They're trying to run out the clock so they win the game.
That's probably the most infuriating part, too, is that Tom Brady was bad. The team was bad. They were a bad team last night. And you couldn't beat them. Like that was supposed to be, aside from Gallup, everything that you have this year, and you couldn't beat a bad team last night.
I didn't think Tom was bad.
You didn't?
No. I thought that they stalled out. I mean, obviously, a lot of stalling out had to do with Micah Parsons, right? I mean, the 2 huge sacks early in the game was Micah Parsons himself stopping a drive. But I hear what you're saying. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't good. I'll give you that. But I thought if Tom
it was
Brady
poor enough that you should have taken advantage of it. Like it was he had 212 yards.
If they're going to score 19 points, and I hear what you're saying, but I don't think they could have scored that many more points with how many field goals we held them to. Like, that you should have won that game in normal circumstances, putting aside how crappy we held them in check enough that the Cowboys should have won this game.
Right, but they didn't even try in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying they would have scored 30, and I'm not saying our defense was bad. Our defense did do a good job of holding them to field goals.
Yeah.
But also,
I think they might have put 6 more points on the board, and that's about it.
And then, Mike, I think that there's something that is worth considering, which is that defense was on the field a good amount because of the offensive ineptitude. And if your offense does not look inept, is your defense on the field that much?
Yeah, I guess I don't want to get into the minutia of things, but they're a better team, even without injuries. Tampa's a better team than the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, like, if we're talking about injuries, I mean, Godwin left the game again. Yeah. Their left tackle left the game. Like, if we're just talking about injuries, that's what I don't want to hear. These injuries are problematic, and they could be problematic for the Cowboys for the rest of the season. And you also mentioned Curse and McGovern. But Tampa Bay had their own share of problems injury-wise in that game yesterday as well. I do not think injuries whatsoever made the difference in this game.
No. You weren't effective in any way. You weren't effective in any way that was positive for your team, other than that Micah Parsons was good and Donovan Wilson was standing in the right place to get an interception in the game. Like those were the best things that happened on the defensive side of the ball last night. I like Dorrance Armstrong's game a little bit. I thought Tyler Smith looked good at tackle. Wasn't scared of him at tackle, but everything else, man, the Cowboys. Here's the thing, Mike. To the great quarterbacks, You do that stupid jet sweep triple option thing that they did, and you get back -8 yards or whatever. The great quarterbacks can say, "Okay, I'll take care of it." And I didn't believe that Dak would be able to take care of it from there. I'm like, okay, crap. Now what are we going to do? You get an interception, you go say, all right, we're going to go make them pay for it. You turn the ball back into their hands and say, all right, we got to punt. You had a huge opportunity to go do. I got the notes on this one. You had a huge opportunity to go make a really big drive and put yourself in really good position. Lamb gets a pass interference call. You draw a stupid draw play up on 1st and 20. You pass to Houston. You still need 10 yards to get it on 3rd down, and then Dak gets picked. And that's a crappy series right there. That's a crappy series to say, you know what, we're going to go out here and we're going to go make an impact in this game. You just held them. They missed a huge field goal. They missed a huge field goal up 6-3. This is your opportunity to go say, we're at home. Let's make a big drive. Pass interference, stupid draw play. You get not enough to even get good on 3rd down, and then Dak gets picked off. That's a crappy series, and I don't know. That's game calling right there, and that's ineffective play and undisciplined play right there.
And it actually felt like by the time he got to halftime, it was really weird. It's 12-3. Golly, it felt like that game was over. Which is probably, I see how it played out. That was probably fair. But at the time, my brain was going back and forth with, it's only 9 points. The game's not over. And then my other part of my brain's like, did you watch that first half? This game is over.
And Tom Brady is the best in NFL history at this. Every time they defer, which Bill Belichick deferred every time, and Tampa does the same, and they got the ball back with, I don't know, 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. I can't remember exactly, but to get a field goal and they get the ball back to start the second half, I'm like, how does Tom Brady do this every time? Every playoff game, no matter what, no matter you say he's playing good, he's playing bad, if he's thrown an interception or haven't thrown an interception, he always seems to like, hey, I'm going to get the ball to start the second half, and I'm going to make sure this last possession we get points on the board, and then I'm going to take the ball in the 3rd quarter and try to get points on the board to start. So I get double possession to score. And so I thought that field goal to make it 12-3 was actually really big, that you were down by 2 scores going into halftime. And then I kept thinking to myself, God, how are we going to score? And obviously the answer was, we're not even going to get close. Did we even get close to scoring in the second half? Was there ever a possession where we got close?
I mean, that 4th quarter possession when Tampa Bay was like, you can do whatever the hell you want. I was like, here we go, baby. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, all that might. We will be giving away Cowboys tickets to the Bengals game this weekend. We'll be doing that during the show today. Coming up next, Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Plus, if you're wearing Cowboys gear today, Corey wants to know why. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right, so I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying this, but you get the Labor Day special again.
.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New on Curiosity Stream. The kings of early Hollywood made movies, not friends.
Get him out of here before I kill him.
The Curiosity original series continues with a new episode of Titans, The Rise of Hollywood. Plus, meet the original alpinists of 1865. They scaled an impossible mountain for the first time, then fell to their deaths. Accident or foul play. It's death on the Matterhorn. Watch now on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are $20, just $1.67 a month. Visit curiositystream.com.
The Sports Spotlight, delivered by Driveway.com.
With the baseball season nearing an end, the division battles are getting heated. It's a close race in the West and Central divisions, but Houston and Los Angeles have their first place positions locked in the West.
Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf.
Get a whole home surge protector with the purchase and installation of a generator from Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. While supplies last, call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
License TEC L33750.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey, we're going to get to Mickey in like 10 seconds, but I feel like we need some good news for the people today. So
let's give something away!
Caller number 10.
I guess now.
Will win a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys play the Bengals Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. Just got to be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now.
We should change it to caller number 3, because that's how
many points we scored. Yeah. That is a fair point. For legal reasons, I'll leave it at 10 for now, but I will consider that going forward.
What is the legal purpose? Back to you, Kevin.
Now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir. Or I guess I should just say morning. It doesn't feel particularly good.
Yeah, it's morning for some of us that work to about 2 in the morning. So, I hope you're not depending on me for that good news.
No, I'm not. And in fact, I just want to dive into all of the bad news and rip the Band-Aid off. I want to get to Dak in just a second, but I was also curious what you saw, heard, etc. about Connor McGovern and Jaron Kearse, because I don't want that lost in all of this.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, because saw Connor McGovern leave the locker room in a walking boot. It sounds like a high ankle sprain. And as we know with those high ankle sprains, you're talking at least 2 weeks, maybe 4. So chances are, if that's the case, after they further examine it, you've lost your starting left guard. Now that he is the starting left guard, since the potential starting left guard is now starting at left tackle.
Right.
And for Jaron Kearse, as I was taping something outside the locker room, he was standing there on crutches waiting for a ride. So he has got a knee problem. And we'll find out more, I think, the extent of that. But that certainly didn't look good. Especially since they had to help him off the field. So you lose, and if you lose your leading tackler from last year for, I don't know how many weeks, that's not good news either. So, yeah, those two injuries are quite disturbing, not to mention the injury Dak suffered.
Now, speaking of Dak, I'm just curious logistically for at least this week, is the logical plan you're just going to roll with Cooper Rush, bring Will Grier up as the backup, and then start to figure out like plans for the next couple of weeks? Or how do you anticipate this playing out quickly?
Yeah, it will, and it's complicated. Because remember, you can only call up 2 guys off the practice squad if you have 8 healthy offensive linemen. If McGovern can't go, that leaves them with 7.
Oh.
So you're going to have to, you might have to expedite Jason Peters' ramp up, just to get 8 guys on the practice squad so you can call 2 guys up. Well, one of the guys that has to be called up is Brett Maher, your kicker, right?
Yeah.
That leaves you 1 more call up, but you need 2 quarterbacks. So both of those quarterbacks can't be called up off the practice squad. So they'll probably have to sign Cooper Rush to the 53-man roster, the way I'm looking at it, and then use an elevation for Will Grier for now, and that would be your 2 for the Cincinnati game. And likely if, Dak's going to have to go on injured reserve, so that would open up a roster spot to sign Cooper Rush to the 53. But yeah, they've got problems there. They got problems on the offensive line and managing their great plan on how to kind of use the practice squad to get more guys, young guys, keep their rights on the 53-man roster.
Mickey, man, I got a lot of other questions about the offensive line still, but
it's going to be fine, Corey.
Yeah, I'll worry about that later. How did you feel the other actually even CeeDee Lamb? How did you feel the receivers looked last night?
Well, it was complicated, and it was complicated. There was a couple routes. You can see that Dak, they weren't seeing what Dak was seeing. There was a couple routes that weren't crisp. But again, the way Tampa Bay played and their ability to put pressure on Dak, there wasn't a lot of, big windows to throw the ball into. And they didn't try to, I don't think they thought they could get guys deep. And they were playing their safeties pretty far back. And the key thing was they couldn't stretch the field, so everything's underneath. And once a team knows everything's going to be underneath, they start closing in, and the safeties can take away. The Cowboys only had 2 plays of 17 yards or more. And it's just hard to win games like that. And somebody will say, well, yeah, you should have ran the ball more. Well, okay, fine, but they weren't really getting anywhere, and Tampa Bay was willing to deal with it. So I just thought it was a complicated thing in the passing game between the pressure that was on Dak. Not only did, Tampa Bay come up with 4 sacks, but they hit the quarterback 8 more times. And there was a lot of passes getting deflected, meaning you were trying to fit balls into tight situations that probably you shouldn't have been taking those chances, but they had no court case for it. So, yeah, they missed Michael Gallup for sure, and could have used some more veteran presence on the wide receiver core that they just didn't have available.
Did you feel like they were running the ball effectively last night? Because 5.2 yards per carry from Zeke is pretty good.
It was okay, but here's what also complicated the situation. After that first drive, they had 6 consecutive possessions that had a penalty.
Yeah.
So now you're getting behind the chains, and the last thing they needed to do was get behind the chains. I counted 9 times they ended up with 3rd and at least 7 or more. And that's exactly what Tampa Bay was playing to. So, yeah, okay, you run for 5, and then and they pulled out their trick plays all in that first drive. And that ended up netting -9 yards, the 2 plays. So it's not like you could have resorted to that. So, yeah, I know it's the age-old thing. Well, you got to run the ball more. Okay, fine. That's exactly what Tampa Bay wanted. They wanted you to run the ball more and eat up the clock while they were churning downfield, kicking field goal after field goal after field goal. And then once they scored the touchdown, it was like, the party's over. Like you're down 16, and you got a quarter and a half to go, and you're not moving the football. And then your quarterback gets hurt. So, yeah, it ended up being very complicated on offense. I just thought they would have done a better job, but things start going downhill when you're starting your backup left tackle and then your backup center guard starting at guard. You realize they didn't have basically a backup center in the game after Forniak had to play guard.
Yeah,
and if they had one more injury, one of those inexperienced tackles was going to have to go in probably and play guard because Forniak would have had to go to center. So, yeah, it was kind of a complete mess on offense.
Well, and I'm hoping you can give us, I hate to ask the question like this, but it feels relevant today, is if you could give us like historical perspective, all things considered, about how bad this season debut was. Like I saw it was the second least points scored in an opener under Jerry Jones. We found the stat that 20 Major League Baseball teams scored more points yesterday than the Cowboys, or scored more runs yesterday than the Cowboys had points. Like, how bad was this, injuries and result considered?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. As a matter of fact, when it was 12-3, I told somebody this sounds like a Rangers score.
Yeah.
And with the Rangers with the 3, right?
Mickey!
Wow!
Yeah.
Even taking a shot at the Rangers.
Rangers won yesterday, Mickey.
Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. What's that, the second time in 14 games?
Holy moly, man. Mickey. So, Mickey, you're like, if the Cowboys are suffering, I'm burning it all to the ground.
When will the Cowboys get their second win this year?
So let's go back to your question. It was the first time since the 2001 season opener that they hadn't scored a touchdown in an opener. And that was they had, and by the way, that was against Tampa Bay. They kicked 2 field goals in a 10-6 loss in Quincy Carter's NFL debut. And then to find scoring no more than 3 points, you had to go back to the 89 season opener, as you mentioned. 20 got beat 28-0 in 89, and that was the debut of Jerry, Jimmy, and Troy. They got shut out by the Saints. So, yeah, from a historical perspective, just scoring 3 points in an opener, that really stings. And you would have just thought they could have pieced something together.
Yeah.
But you know what? Give Tampa Bay credit. They were pretty darn good in what they decided to do. Their coverages were tight, and if they're going to play their safeties the way they did over the top, and give you room underneath and then close, you got to be able to run the football, and they just didn't do that well enough on a consistent basis. Yeah, they got a 5-yard game here. Once what was it, a 10-yard game? I think their longest carry was 12 yards, and that was Dak's run. Pollard ended up with 6 carries for 8 yards. Everybody still want him to have more carries?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get in that one tomorrow, Mickey.
We got to regroup. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, sir.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105 through the Fan. And, Mike, I know you're off to the ballpark.
I am.
The field.
Well, really, I'm going to the studio.
I just meant it more as a general concept, but yes, you're right. All right, well, have fun today, Mike.
All right, buddy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I really like this because looking at the fan text, I feel like they've chosen. Do you choose conversation or conflict today?
Oh, no.
877-881-1053, plus maybe a mini gridiron gravy. We'll try to get it all to you next right here on the Fan.
All right, if you're an adventure seeker, this month is for you. It's Jeep Adventure.
Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Attention Dallas football fans. Twin Peaks is giving away epic Dallas jerseys all season just for catching game day with them. Get to Twin Peaks for every boys game for your chance to win. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for more details.
RJ Choppa here, real talk time, man. Does it work as well as it used to? Probably not. Look, I'm 42 years old. Not everything on my body is in tip-top shape anymore. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free, $5 shipping. That's all you pay. Why are you living with ED? She certainly doesn't want that. No, she wants the good stuff, man. And you can still give it to her. All you got to do is go to BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. First order's free, $5 shipping. Get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Sunday morning at 7 on your home for the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values. It's the right way to do things, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Stephen Jones, we think, coming up at 11 o'clock. But, Corey, you asked this. Do you choose conflict or conversation today? And I like this from the 940. Can you really have a conversation without conflict after last night? And from the 254, I'm willing to bet it's nearly 100% conflict on the text line.
Violence.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting about that is usually, you know, Cowboys are good, Cowboys are bad, Dak is good, Dak is bad. You're an idiot if you have the opposing viewpoint. What I've noticed last night and today is we all think that the Cowboys, well, clearly they played horrendously, and this looks like it's going to be a bad season. But what happened, I noticed on social media and this morning on the text is, but you're stupid if you don't think it's bad for the same reason I think it's bad. So it's not that we can agree that yesterday was a catastrophic game for the Cowboys for a variety of reasons. You have to agree that it was bad because of the reason I think it's bad, or else you're an idiot, which I guess is the conflict of the day.
Yeah, no, and the reason I'm asking the question, the reason I asked this question is because I woke up this morning and I had a Dallas Cowboys shirt sitting on my dresser, and I did not put it on.
What, your wife laid it out for you?
No, I think I left it out last night. And like, usually, because what I'll do, win or lose, I'll come in here wearing a Cowboys shirt on day after. And I decided not even going to deal with it because I don't want to walk into the gas station this morning, which I didn't, and somebody be like, hey, and then say something and me snap at them.
Yeah.
Because I don't need that. Yeah. Because, you know, celebrity radio host snaps at somebody and that gets in the headlines all over the place.
So who is the celebrity radio host we're talking about?
Come on, Reg. You know who I'm talking about here. And so, like, I didn't need that today, right?
Mike,
and so, yeah, exactly.
It's the same way I felt when somebody's like, do you want mozzarella sticks? And I was like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Like an appetizer? Like App State? F you. I feel the exact same way.
So I didn't want to put the shirt on and somebody want to talk to me about it because, A, I have an hour and a half to talk about this today, all right? I'm already going to be stressed out enough talking about a game that – there's nothing good to talk about. Nothing good happened last night, except for Maher didn't miss anything.
Whoa.
Name
Nothing good to talk about. Micah Parsons, the first reigning defensive rookie of the year with 2 sacks in the ensuing opener since Aaron Donald in 2015. It's one good thing. You said one good thing.
Sure.
I found one.
Okay, so Maher didn't miss a field goal.
Yeah, that's right.
Attempt, and Micah Parsons, which we already knew Micah Parsons was going to be good.
Leighton Vander Esch led the team in tackles.
Yeah, we scored more points than 10 Major League Baseball teams had runs yesterday.
Yeah, so that's why I did not wear. So today,
Donovan Wilson got an interception.
Yeah,
yes.
The turnovers might still be a thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Tom Brady threw a pass that stuck in his hands. Yes, that's exactly what happened last night.
Will Anderson looked really good over the weekend if you get the number 1 pick. That's not. We're not. We're not going that far.
So not Bryce Young. Okay.
If you woke up this morning and you were like, you know what, wearing this Cowboys jersey, no matter what today, I'm going to work and I'm wearing it. You did it because you knew somebody's going to have a conflict with you. They're going to say something that's going to tick you off today. Otherwise, you just wouldn't have worn it, right? Or are you saying, you know what, it is time to have this conversation? I think the big conversation of the day is, what are we going to do without Dak? What's the future philosophical difference with this organization? Whether or not to say we can and will make a decision on the future of Dak Prescott as a Cowboy here.
I mean,
and that question caused the big conversation here. You have half the season with Dak Prescott, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think you're probably right, and
you're going to be pressed to do anything to have a winning season.
See, okay, and that's where I run into some concerns this morning about what I want to do, because I know Sean and RJ ran their poll about, do you try to make a move or do you take all the losses? And I'm like, well, if you were to bring in, let's just say Jimmy Garoppolo, for example, and I know he has a no-trade clause, but he was like, hey, I can go be a starter. Or maybe he saw what happened in that Bears game. He's like, maybe if I just wait a second, I could be a starter here.
I'm not holding that. Dude, that was a typhoon. Or what's the monsoon?
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Justin Fields looked awesome when he was sliding through there and then posing. I was like, fair, you earned it, buddy. I'm intrigued by that move because I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is bad whatsoever and feels like he would be a massive upgrade. However, the flip side is, what the hell did you see in that game before Dak got hurt that you're like, yeah, everything else is fine?
This offense looked atrocious.
Yeah, let's say Dak doesn't get hurt at all. You look back at that game and you're like, what an S show. And you still don't feel good about the Bengals. I'm not going into the Bengals game just being like, we're in trouble because Dak's out. I'm thinking we're in trouble anyway. And so that's why, and we'll talk with Stephen Jones in just a few minutes, I don't know if you make the bold move. Now, if you don't make the bold move, your season is shot. I feel like it's not a radical thing to say. But if you did go get Garoppolo or whoever the hell your quarterback of choice is.
What's the best case scenario?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is your best case scenario then 9-8? And
you lose a draft pick?
Yeah, or I'm just trying to think. The Packers lost yesterday in the opener. Mm-hmm. Last year in their opener, they got their freaking doors blown off.
Neutral site game, mind you.
Yeah, and I don't want to put too much in the first game because there's going to be many NFL teams that come back and do just fine after they lost their opener. But it just watching that game, and it fed into all of the concerns. I think that was the biggest fear, and we'll talk about this some more tomorrow. It fed into all of your concerns. Does sometimes Dak get hurt? Yeah, he got hurt. Did our run defense get better? No. Do your offensive line doing okay? It was fine, but then you had another injury. Will the young wide receivers be able to do it? Not really. Did CeeDee Lamb still drop the ball? Yeah, he did. All of the concerns that you had, you saw them play out. So it didn't feel like a fluky game. It felt like a Cowboys fever nightmare where all of the things you were afraid were going to happen did happen.
Yeah, absolutely they did. I did think one thing, the Simi Fehoko deep ball that they threw last night, I liked the throw. I liked him going up for it. I think that with more opportunity in games, he can be more physical to the point of the contact.
Yeah.
That's what knocked the ball loose for him was he got hit and was like, oh, it startled him. He's like, I don't know what to do. I think more experience helps in that category. He's going to be open for that play to make something like that happen, and that could be a game changer. So for all those young receivers that you're talking about, Houston was available for throws sometimes. I'm interested I know you are too, Reggie, on where's Tolbert. Hold on, you invested a draft pick in this guy, and he couldn't even suit up in this game.
Does that mean he's worse than those other people?
I don't know exactly what it. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it means. Other than they put, and Stephen Jones did say maybe we put too much on his plate too early as a rookie. But man, there's some rookies that show up and show out. So, you got to expect to walk into this league and do something better. Somebody texted in and said, "Hey man, it's execution. You're not blaming the players. You're blaming play calling and all this stuff." Yeah, execution's fine. That's part of it. And Stephen Jones will tell us that when we come up here at 11, he'll say execution, execution, execution. Well, that's fine if the play calls are good too. And if the guys actually can execute these plays, then we're doing all right. They can't though. They proved it with those trick plays. They couldn't execute those last night. Those were ideas in theory. Those were not ideas in concrete reality.
Couple of quick gridiron notes for you is, so if you are a lover or hater of special teams, specifically field goal kickers, yesterday was the day for you. The Saints won 27-26 with a blocked field goal. On the flip side, Prosper alum, Metroplex boy, getting work done, or man now, Cade York kicked a 58-yard field goal to give the Browns a 26-24 win. Did you know that the Browns in their last 17 openers had been 0-16-1?
I did not know that.
So they got the win. Hooray for them.
What if I throw this out there, Kevin? If you miss an extra point, it's negative points. So do you think that will inspire kickers to be better, or coaches to say, we're not even doing it, we're going for two?
So you're saying that the kickers just didn't have enough motivation? Is what we're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, if your motivation is not to do the job that you're there to do, I'm concerned.
Again, this could be more motivation to the coaches to not include the kicking game anymore.
Okay.
And have the 0 points altogether. Now it's negative points. So if you miss it, you're down points from it. Now I'm just saying, well, screw it. Let's just go for two.
I mean,
more fun anyway.
I'm interested in that. But then again, you got to be careful on the special teams, because did you see that Bears holder Trenton Gill was called for unsportsmanlike conduct because he brought a towel onto the field to try to wipe off a spot in the aforementioned monsoon? They're like,
what's that towel going to do?
Unsportsmanlike. Yeah. You're going to soak up
a wet towel anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
They were playing on a slip and slide.
Yeah, dude. They were playing in a wave pool. That thing was...
And it really sucks, because then you weren't going to do anything, but also then you got penalized.
Man.
Now, if you just want misery loves company this morning, if you just want really quick misery loves company, all right, TJ Watt, the Steelers think that he tore his pec. So, you're talking about an elite player right there who could be out for conceivably the entire season. I'm still waiting for an update this morning, but it's looking like he's going to miss a long, long time, if not the whole season.
More opportunity for Micah then. That's good.
To win Defensive Player of the Year. Mac Jones was not made available to the media last night because he had to undergo x-rays and potentially an MRI because he had a back injury. So if you're just looking for your misery loves company, and plus they lost, there's some stuff for you. If you're just like, well, I feel crappy, so I want everyone else to feel crappy. There's some other injury news, I guess, for you.
Yeah. No, that makes me feel better.
Okay.
It does?
No, not really.
Oh.
He's trying, though, and I appreciate that.
I gave it a shot. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here in your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo with you to talk about CBD American Shaman. And suicide is a national tragedy. Feeling hopeless and alone can be overwhelming, and you are not alone. We're here to help you, and hope is here. Save.org and CBD American Shaman are ready to help. We are partnering to educate the public about the realities of suicide. CBD American Shaman is proud to partner with Save.org during Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. Come to a store near you and donate to Save.org this September, and CBD American Shaman will match your donation, Eric. We're committed to helping people live better lives.
And that's why we encourage every single Tolo to stop by their neighborhood CBD American Shaman. Over 50 locations here in the Metroplex. Swing through, get you a free sample for yourself and for your pet, and get educated on what CBD can do for you. Add that weapon to your wellness arsenal. Let the certified CBD consultants take care of you at the highest level. It's A1 products and A1 customer service. Ladies and gentlemen, never forget, life is better with the feather.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Now, yesterday in the postgame, Jerry said that a lot of things were surprising in the season opener, outside of injuries, which we'll get to in just a second, I'm sure. Which aspect of the game yesterday most surprised you?
Well, I think the biggest part was just our challenge to move the football and get any consistency, any rhythm in our offense. After the first drive, we really just, seemed to struggle with each and every drive out there, and just weren't able to make plays and execute at a level that we need to if we're going to be the type of football team we want to be.
Yeah, Steve, the offense did not look in sync, and a lot of people are questioning whether or not that's a product of no preseason games together, where things aren't really controlled, or what that purpose was. Do you think that has any impact on the way that last night's game looked?
Well, I think anything will be looked at now, and obviously rightfully so. Whenever you go out and you have a performance like that, then you're certainly going to have question marks, and as to how you went about your preparation. I will say this: it's a long season, and there were things out there that we were really pleased with. The defensive side of the ball, there were, for the most part, when we ran the ball, we had positive run plays when we went right at them, and there's some things that obviously we got to get better, but certainly there'll be question marks. We totally understand that, and rightfully so.
Yeah, there were some positive. Tyler Smith actually looked like a pretty good left tackle out there for you. One of the other question marks, though, is do you think that your wide receiver position is good enough right now?
Well, I think we've certainly got to step up and do better, and that's the passing game goes hand in hand, the quarterback and the receivers, and certainly we've got to be better there. I mean, CD's got to he's got to improve and work his way into being the number one receiver we think we can. Obviously, you've got a guy like Michael Gallup who's going to be coming sooner than later. And, there were flashes at times. Noah did some good stuff out there, and Houston did as well. But and certainly Schultz was steady and consistent in terms of, the plays he was making. But, obviously it wasn't good enough. And, we've got to hold Tampa Bay and Tom Brady to 19 points. You got to think you got a good chance to win that game, but we just didn't get the job done.
Will the plan, at least for Cincinnati, be Cooper Rush as the starting quarterback with Will Grier as the backup? And then do y'all have any bigger plans for any changes that might be in the works?
I mean, obviously it's early on a Monday, and certainly we'll be evaluating all options, and but certainly Cooper stepped in and did a great job for us last year when Dak was had to sit out a game, and he knows the system. Will Grier knows the system, and we've just got to go out and execute and play well. And certainly we didn't do it to a standard that we need to do it to.
I'm hoping you can give us some insight that we don't get to understand while the game's going on. How does the information get passed along to you guys that Dak is hurt, and then what is your immediate reaction when you get that news?
Well, when you're watching a game like we are, your eyes are always on your quarterback, and knew right away, when he threw the ball that, you could see by the way he grimaced and the way he did his hand that something was going on there. And then ultimately when he came out, we knew, Dak doesn't take himself out of a game ever unless it's, it's something that's real. And, he was competing to win the game. And when he went in, we certainly knew there was, obviously something there that was real. And, just had our fingers crossed that it wouldn't be something like it was. But, that's our game and the game we play. It's a physical game, and injuries are a part of it, and we have to certainly work through this.
The plan, the words we kept hearing from a lot of people were we go as Zeke goes. That was Jerry, obviously. And there was a lot more discussion on how the run game would impact this offense. And I think there were 17 rushes last night with Dak having one of those too. Did the running game look like you wanted it to, because it didn't get as much play as it needed, I think?
Well, I think in general our offense didn't get much play because we weren't able to execute and make first downs. I don't have the exact number at my fingertips of 3 and outs, but it's hard to get your numbers in when I think we possessed the ball and a lot of it late. Maybe over 25 minutes, but it was, when you don't possess the ball, it is hard to get in any type of rhythm. But as I said, one of the positives was when we did run it, Adam, we had positive run plays, not only Zeke, but Pollard, but, we just have to execute. You have to get in a rhythm, and we just, weren't able to do that all night.
Well, with that in mind then, and that might have kind of led into my next question, do you view the NFL as kind of a week-by-week proposition, or are you concerned that some of those lack of execution issues from last night can persist throughout the season?
No, I think we're going to get better as a football team, no question. We believe in this team. They've worked their tail off in mini camps and through training camp, and certainly it's unacceptable the way we played, but to have complete confidence that this team's going to put it together, that if it's Cooper, he's going to step up and execute the offense, and we're going to play better offense. And I think our defense obviously showed signs out there that they can do some special things, and we should get better. This is a long season, and certainly wasn't the type of outcome. We certainly didn't play at a level or execute at a level that that we have to do if we're going to have the type of team we want to have this year. So it's disappointing, but we got to go back to work.
The Jaron Kearse, he's your leading tackler last year, and then seeing him go out last night. What are your feelings with Jaron Kearse and where you are with the safety spot?
Well, I think we feel better than we felt. I think we've been consistent all year, feeling good about our depth and what we have on the defensive side of the football. Certainly, we've got some young players there that didn't dress last night, and and Bell, if they have to step up. And Kearse has to miss some time. Obviously, a player that played really well for us last year, and a guy that we're counting on this year. But we also feel good about our what we have back there and what we have right here in terms of guys who can step in. I mean, has the same body type as Kearse, and certainly had a great camp and deserves to get opportunities out there. And certainly Bell, had a good camp as well. So feel good about the group there. Certainly want Kearse back sooner than later. He's he's our number one guy there, but feel good about what we have behind him.
And kind of the same question about offensive line. I know it's early on a Monday. Is the thoughts on McGovern? Is it a high ankle sprain, and does that mean he'll be out for a couple of weeks?
Yeah, it does look like it's a high ankle. It's one he's had before, which, believe it or not, sometimes helps him get back sooner. But certainly thought he was doing a real nice job before the injury, and thought Farniok went in there and played good. But we'll certainly monitor that, but think, probably looking at more than likely a week or two before we get him back.
And Stephen, before we let you go, I know it's first game of the season, but I'm ready to panic. All right, like I'm going to be very honest. I am already like freaking out here just a little bit. Is there part of you that's like, hey, panic is an option, but we can't? Like, where are your emotions at right now, losing Dak this early in the season?
Well, it's not an option at all. I mean, we're one game into this season. We really like our overall roster. Certainly totally understand any question marks there are based on the way we executed on the offensive side of the ball yesterday. We can be better on defense and special teams, all three phases, and we have to be. But I don't think panic's any part of this right now. We have to go to work, chop wood, and execute better, and good things will happen for this football team.
And so you guys are obviously hopeful then sooner rather than later that Dak will be back at some point this season, yes?
Absolutely. We feel very confident he'll be back. We just don't know that time frame right now.
Is there any concern with what happened in 2020, the back half of maybe last year, and now this, that Dak is injury prone?
No, I think Dak is built to last. I think, obviously those hand injuries with quarterbacks in pockets are tough ones. And I don't think he's injury prone and feel like he'll rebound from this. He's a great leader. He'll be out there leading the charge. I know he won't miss anything, and I think great things are ahead of Dak.
Appreciate it very much, good sir, and we will catch up with you again next Monday.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks.
There you go. Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this kind of feeds into the poll question with Sean and RJ this morning. He said, absolutely not. They will not panic. And I kind of reinterpreted we will not panic as we will not tank. That might be fair or unfair, but that was kind of my take on that. So if you're hoping for Young, Stroud, maybe even Will Anderson as they push to the bottom, that will not be the plan. Whether or not this team is good enough, we'll see.
His voice cracked while he was answering that question, Kevin.
About
panicking.
Yeah, okay.
And then at the end, he cracked again. I think he's nervous.
I mean,
we're all nervous.
He said it's unacceptable, and a couple people got put on blast. But again, I get it. Like I look at the fan text just like you look at the fan text, and in some situations, it literally won't matter what they say. It's like a lot of Cowboys fans don't want to hear it.
Especially because he expressed a lot of optimism in all of those answers. And for a lot of people listening, it's like, but what do you base that optimism on? Where does that optimism come from?
Yeah, the one question, the one thing when he says we have to is kind of the thought, just in the back of my head is, or else what? But I don't anticipate, because we've asked questions like that before. He's not going to say, or else I'm going to fire every MFer or let them out of contract. Like we've asked questions like that before, and it's not going to go anywhere. But in the short term, Cooper Rush, Will Greer, but he did say all options on the table. I know, like Kevin Gray will tell you with Catboy, is all options on the table mean will you eat into some of that space, give up some of that draft capital, and make the move for Jimmy Garoppolo? Probably not. Will they, do something else? I am curious to see how that happens as well. But the optimism maintains for them, which I can't say is particularly surprising on a day when not a lot of Cowboys fans seem to have a lot of optimism, which I think is fair. Coming up next, we got a short show today, so it's baseball time in Texas. We will talk with Jared Sandler, and maybe we could talk about the positives of Josh Young. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the
Mostly sunny today, a high 87.
Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Howdy, folks. Rustle up your favorite people for the State Fair of Texas. With so many fun and tasty experiences, it's the most Texan place on earth. September 30th through October 23rd. Get your tickets at BigTex.com.
Your Dallas Cowboys know what it takes to be the best. You need the right pieces to succeed. Top-notch performance and the capability to beat out the competition. The Dallas Cowboys have a history of putting it all together. And the same goes for Ford F-Series trucks. The best-selling trucks for 45 years and counting. Head to your Best in Texas Ford dealer today to get a great deal on F-Series trucks and the rest of the Ford lineup. Ford, the best in Texas. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Sean and RJ here with carsforkids.org. You can make a difference in the lives of thousands of kids in our local community simply by donating your vehicle to carsforkids.org.
Find us online at carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. And remember, right off the car, not the kid.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the Can-C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Texas Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Chiefs won their 8th straight season opener. Quentin Nelson got a 4-year, $80 million extension, and the Cowboys Super Bowl odds went from 22-1 to 50-1 after one game. But now it's time to talk some baseball with Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You know, Tony Beasley is a huge Cowboys fan. He grew up a big fan of Hollywood Henderson, and I asked him if there are any players on his team he would allow to miss Sunday games the next few weeks to quarterback the Cowboys. And he said Bubba Thompson's a candidate.
Interesting.
And, he would definitely consider it.
Well, I think we should consider it because Corey and other people on social media have made note of potential voice cracking when the question was asked if you're going to panic. So bring him on down. If you can play quarterback, we will listen to it. I meant to text you this, but might as well air it on our airwaves. I thought your call of the Josh Young home run was awesome. Corey was at the game. I was not, but I got fired up for that call, man. Well done.
Well, I appreciate it. It was a cool moment for Josh, and definitely exciting for the organization, and hopefully we get a lot more Josh Young home runs. We've been really impressed with him. I know he had the sombrero yesterday, but just impressed with the poise and the composure. Actually been curious to see what he looks like defensively, and it's going to take a few weeks before we really see him get tested in a lot of different areas defensively, but he's had a pretty large sample of balls that have forced him to come in and play on the run, play in on the grass, and we feel like he's done a really nice job in that.
Yeah, that I will say, Jared, they played your call in the stadium. I don't know if you heard it live while we were sitting there, but they played it right at the end of the inning, and I just had a little friendship tear going there, man. It was awesome to hear that from you. Are we going to hear more, or are there more younger players we need to be looking forward to seeing, or are we kind of capped out there?
Yeah, my guess is there could be changes, like a Zeke Duran could come back up. But as far as introducing new players, I don't think that, that's in the plans. Obviously, things can change the snap of a finger with an injury here or there. But, the Lighters, the Wins, the Whites, guys that people ask about a lot. You're not going to see those guys, I don't believe, here at the big league level between now and the end of the year.
No, you're going to be busy today, Jared, with the doubleheader, so we'll let you get to it. Thank you very much, good sir.
You got it. Great talk, guys.
There you
Bye, Jared.
I think he means that. I think he means that.
What are you giggling about? Wolchuk's in there giggling too.
Yeah, because he knows. Great talk, guys. All right. So you got the doubleheader coming up. Cowboys lose, of course, 19-3. But we got Rangers coming up for you, 12-10, 6-10, right here on 105.3 The Fan. The pregame with Jared Sandler will start in just a few minutes at 11:30. Thanks for rolling with us. We will have a full show tomorrow. And Zach Wolchuk will be rolling with you, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ here for carsforkids.org. You could change the life of a local kid in your community